X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me right now, punch your face now. Show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, hello. Thank you all so much for coming. It's so good to see you guys. Hey there, War Penguin, Lucky Otter, Lefty Jenna. Sayonara, good to see ya. Hope you're doing well. Summer Star, what's up? Good to see you in chat. Straw Hat Monty 97, how are you? Spency, what's up? Good to see ya. Cleaver 120, what's up? The Moon Above, how are you? Perry Icefire, good to see you. Bill Portley, what's up? TSW the Shadow Wolf, how are you? Good to see you in chat. What's up? Ride the Rails, good to see ya. Periwinkle 43, thank you for coming. Lord Rose 97, good to see you in chat. Welcome, welcome. Odabil Kushi, welcome to YouTube chat. Sector C, what's up? All Existence Itself, good to see ya. How are ya? Lucas Jeffrey, good to see you in chat. Welcome, welcome. That Dude 1, what's up? Darkheart 5308, good to see you, good to see ya. Just Here to Leave, welcome to the chat. Jazz Dog, good to see ya. Alex Smith, welcome. Hello everyone, welcome. Do you guys want to know something crazy that happened while I was streaming yesterday? So, I ordered groceries before I went live. Now it's quite cold here, and I've got a big enough yard with like enough front door obscuring that, like, if I get a package delivered to my front door or food or something delivered, no one's gonna see it from the street and steal it. Like, I don't deal with package thieves, really, just because of the layout of my yard. And then on top of that, it's been so cold that, I mean, I can pretty much leave delivered groceries on my porch for, like, hours, and it's fine. I mean, indefinitely, really, as long as, like, bugs can't get into it or something, because it's so goddamn cold. It's colder than a refrigerator outside. Now, that was taken to the extreme last night, because yesterday I ordered groceries, and I meant to take them inside and put them away right before stream, but stream sidetracked me, and I totally forgot, because, you know, mind was focused ADHD. Not a big deal at all, right? I just don't like having to do it at night, because I don't have a working porch light at the moment. I need to replace the bulb, so I have a working porch light. So I don't like doing it at night, because it's just dark. But I finish stream up, I go upstairs, and I open up the front door, and I get blasted by freezing cold air. I'm just like, oh, it's cold, god damn it. So I push open my door, like my little, like, houses in Seattle have, like, almost like a cage barred door, and then the real door. So I push the cage barred door open, and because, like, they always pile up the groceries up against that thing, and you have to, like, do magic or whatever to get, like, it's so annoying. But anyway, I get it open, and I start taking the groceries in, but because it's so dark, I can't really see too well. But I noticed this weird white, I thought it was almost like a stain, not like a cum stain, but almost like mold, all over the grocery bags, and they're paper. It's like, what the fuck? I go to, like, touch it as smartly, and it's cold as fuck, and I'm like, wait a second. You know, listen, I'm a Florida boy, I don't recognize it right away. I brush it, and it's fucking snow. I was like, what the hell? Did, like, ice shavings fall on? And I look up, and my eyes suddenly start to, like, adjust to the darkness, and I look across the street. It snowed more than it has snowed any time since I've gotten to Seattle. It's not, like, even close to an inch of snow, but a fair amount, a good dusting. I look around, it is snowy as fuck everywhere. I'm just like, it literally took me over a moment. I took in multiple orders, or not orders, multiple bags of groceries into the house. It was on my last trip I noticed that it had snowed. Legitimately. It's already all melted, too. That's the sad part. It's a really unseasonably dry winter here. Hopefully in a year or two, we get, like, the real fucking snowstorms here. Like, just at least one a year, where there's, like, a foot or more. Obviously, there's places I can travel to for snow, but the whole goal is for it to actually snow and to be able to just go into my backyard and be in the snow. But it was cool. It was very cool. I kind of wish it had snowed when I was sick, so I could have used the snow to break my fever. I would have absolutely just, like, taken my shirt off and just rolled around in it until the fever broke. I hate having to do the cold water dunk. At least after rolling in the snow, you'll be dry. Mostly dry. But yeah, you know what I mean. Climate change, baby? Well, yeah, that's part of it, but also, not really. Honestly, it's not really a climate change thing. It is meant to be not that snowy in this particular part of the Pacific Northwest this time of year, because it's either an El Nino or a La Nina, I forget which one it is, but it means we've had a warmer, drier winter up here in the Pacific Northwest, while, as usual, the Great Lakes region and the East Coast are getting an insane winter. You know, I mean, obviously, the Great Lakes region has always been one of the coldest parts of North America. Like, legitimately just, like, blizzards coming off of those lakes. Like, icebergs forming and shit. In, like, Lake Michigan. Is quite common. But that's, like, how it's supposed to be. That's normal. But when it comes to up here in the Pacific Northwest, you don't really get that much frost. Lol, there was frost this morning, yeah. El Nino, but we'll definitely have a La Nina later this year. Okay. That's what I'm hoping for. A nice, wet, cold winter here. It rains a lot here during the winter, so if it can just get cold enough, Because when it's cold enough to snow, it's, like, clear out, like today. And then when it's warm enough to, like, or when it's, like, warm enough to be rainy, it's not cold enough to snow. So it's, yeah. Honestly, the lakes have had minimal snow this year. Yeah, it's just generally drier. Over here, it snowed so much in January, they canceled school for 2 weeks. Damn. Damn! By the way, I'm curious, what are you guys drinking tonight? If you're watching the stream and you're down to tell me, what are you drinking tonight? I've just got water myself, but later in the stream, once the tiredness starts to set in, and I start to feel sleepy, I'll definitely grab a Monster from upstairs to keep me awake. Yep, here come the pings, Water. I love that your name is Water, and so every time I ask this question, you're just like, fuck. So good. Water, energy, water, 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 Coke Zero, water, coffee, Gatorade, cola, Hawaiian fruit punch, water, Asmon's wall blood, water, pre-workout, the usual for a Zan stream, cool, tea, it's like the chatter named Nuts in Vosh's chat, so someone's drinking nut, good to hear that, some nice distilled nut. It's crazy how often I drink lemonade, Mountain Dew, I love some orange juice, honestly, lean, ooh, you're having a fun time watching the stream. You're drinking distilled nut, Jazz Dog. Jizz Dog, I'm sorry. I thought I almost mispronounced your name, Jizz Dog, I'm sorry. I saw Dune 2 last night, it's much better than the first one. Dude, I really do, okay. The more I hear, so I'm fine with learning about the Dune universe as long as it's not a spoiler. And everything I hear about the Dune universe, it's just Warhammer. Like straight, well, Warhammer is just Dune. A lot of shit from Warhammer is just lifted straight out of Dune. And so in a lot of ways, people who are like, I want to see a Warhammer adaptation about like the rise of the Emperor or something like that. And it's like, well, that'd be very hard to pull off, but this is the closest that we have right now. And even this is supposed to be like a 6-part movie series to get just like the story out of Dune, the inspiration of Warhammer. So it gives you an idea of how insane it would be to actually try to adapt Warhammer to the screen. It'd be very hard. Games Workshop stole everything, then sues everyone for copying them. Yeah. I mean, that's how some of the biggest companies got their start. Stealing and then making sure no one does the same to them. That's capitalism. Also, you know what could be cool? IMO, a crossover between Warhammer and Star Wars. That would be... Dude, the Star Wars universe would get its shit clapped so fast by the Warhammer everything. Like, Warhammer spaceships are like the size of... Like, they're like the size of a city. Like a massive city-sized, like, cathedral, like, floating through space that can, like, annihilate something of equal size or more from, like, across the galaxy. Because the way Warhammer does, like, space battles is realistic. They fire at each other from, like, hundreds of thousands of miles away, millions of miles away, because space is fucking huge, and you can see each other coming from forever away. And so... that's not really how it's depicted in Star Wars, almost to the degree, like, you would think the ships aren't capable of it. So I just feel like most Warhammer, like, Imperial dreadnoughts could just annihilate entire planets and civilizations in the Star Wars universe easy. Zan, there's a Necron weapon that can eradicate stars in like a second from the other side of the galaxy. Yeah, no, Warhammer is fucking insane. Like, Star Wars gets its shit clapped easy by the power scaling of Warhammer. And I barely know anything about Warhammer. Like, I barely know anything. I just know like a couple stories and a couple references to stories that sound cool. Larry Banks 78, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate that. Very kind and based of you. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. As always, guys, remember, donations are not only going to help me keep a roof over my head and food on the table, and thus are very appreciated, but I'm also saving up for a nice, good camera, proper camera to use for streaming, recording quail content, and everything else, which is going to be a little bit of an expensive buy, so I want to make sure I got the money for that. And of course, I also would like you guys, if you enjoy my content and want to support me non-financially, you can always drop a like. It's completely free and just takes half a second. Every single like is basically training the YouTube algorithm into, knowing that my content's good and it should be sent out to more people. So train up that YouTube algorithm. Hit that like button. On top of that, you can also subscribe, ring the bell icon, or if you want to go the extra mile and support me financially, as I mentioned before, you can donate, subscribe, or gift a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon. You can also support me through buying merch, but I don't really make much profit on that. It's mostly just to buy merch and make me happy, because you'll be wearing merch that's from me. It'll make me happy. We got some funny merch, too. The I Was Radicalized by Minecraft shirt is quite good. On top of that, there's also my fan Discord, which you should join, because that is a place where you will constantly get notified when I go live or upload a new video. YouTube will never, you'll never have to worry about them not telling you, because my Discord will. And of course, I every single Friday do a big event in there, alternating every week between a big movie night where we watch a movie or a TV show and call-in stream. This Friday it's a call-in stream, so make sure to join the Discord if you haven't already, because there's a lot of stuff going on in there. I do weekly events, and sometimes I'm going to do unplanned ones as well, so make sure you're in there. Regardless though, no matter how you're supporting the channel, I really do appreciate it. YouTube didn't notify me today, that doesn't surprise me. Yeah, I did, Sayonara. I hope he's alright. We haven't heard anything, which could really mean anything at this point. I mean, he absolutely deserves the criticism he got, and should not have gone, continuing what he was doing without getting called out. But it's unfortunate that there are just some people, and this is, from what I can gather, what happened with James Somerton. Doing YouTube for many people is literally such a dream job that to lose that opportunity, which is what happened to James Somerton, he lost his YouTube career. There is really no question about that, is pretty much the end of the world for them. The idea of having to essentially downgrade their entire quality of life in every area in order to go to the wage cage and work a normal job, it's not really a positive sounding prospect to a whole lot of people who do content. It's why so many YouTubers will so desperately try to salvage their reputation after they've been called out for doing something just inexcusable, pretty much. And so I don't think it's the fault of HBomberGuy or anybody who criticized him if James Somerton did end his own life. However, I think it's important to remember that, there are consequences to, dunking on YouTubers and ending their careers. In some cases, that could be what they consider to be their reason to live, you know? And so, it's definitely sad, but I don't think you can really throw that responsibility on anyone, especially not HBomberGuy. And if HBomberGuy's video was just watched and then there was no outrage at James Somerton, there would have been no consequences. James Somerton, from what I can tell, wasn't really receiving what's the word for it? What's the word? Disproportional amount of death threats to any other content creator. I scrolled through some of the comments from when the video first dropped, as well as just general talkings online. Maybe it was all in DMs, but I really didn't see a lot of outright abusive language towards James Somerton. I genuinely think, just like they said in their or in his note, that he considers his losing his YouTube career to be the end of everything that he saw worth living for. Did he leave a message or anything? I can bring it up. Did you see that Keffels is getting fucking grilled because she immediately jumped to report on what happened, and it did not. It wasn't exactly not tone deaf. wasn't great. I recommend, when it comes to stuff like this, talking about it on stream is fine, but you probably don't want to make video. Sorry, I'm scrolling through Reddit to try to find the James Somerton post. I don't think I'm gonna make a video about this. Like, maybe like a week after confirmation of what happened comes out, if I feel I have some sort of commentary that's valuable to give on this situation, perhaps I will. But overall, I can't really imagine I'll have much to add. Do we have both? This is page 1. I guess I can just read, like, the last bit of it. Is that nicotine or THC-ine? So, I'm gonna give you guys, like, a little bit of a lesson on vapes. If you can see a window through which there's, like, a yellow or sort of brownish goo that looks, like, viscous and thick, this is wax. Like, if I were to, like, break this open and pour it out, it's very much like a wax substance almost. It has to be heated up to get into a more liquidy substance, and if you get it cold, it'll harden. This is weed. It's just straight up THC, marijuana, weed, concentrate wax. Now, if you see a vape that looks something like this, usually having a high-tech little display like this that shows my battery percentage and the amount of juice I have left, this is a nicotine vape. This is a Yo Bar, by the way. You can buy these online, and and get them delivered to your house, and they're actually quite cheap. Like, these ones especially, they taste good, they last a long time. You get them in bulk boxes of, like, 6 or something, and they're surprisingly affordable. Like, surprisingly. It's a terpene? Yeah, something along those lines. It's something scientific like that. Oh, Lefty Jenna, I closed what I had and opened this. It's absolutely not what I was looking for. Well, damn, I had what I was looking for up, but kind of, but... Ah, damn, you guys are linking a ton of unrelated shit. Alright, no more clicking links. Alright, sorry guys. You were so close to getting my commentary on the situation and me reading the message he left, but, you guys started spamming unrelated links. You wore my patience down too quick. You guys expect me to read what your link is before I click it? I had no idea there was a second-gen terpenes when I first tried a vape. Those are awful. It's like the leftovers from making the good stuff. Interesting. I have no idea what that means, but maybe it's what makes my throat burn when I have certain vapes. Anyway, thank you really, oh, sorry. Really much? Did I almost say thank you really much? Did I not read the dono? Anyway, Larry Banks 78, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Said, it's funny that chuds are trying to gas up heel versus babyface by going after Actman, when the former always find a way to chicken out of a combo with Actman, even if it was a private combo. Yeah, heel versus babyface is legitimately going to be the next no bullshit, and you're even going to see people that are kind of like chuddy gamer types genuinely dunking on him because he's just such a poor, embarrassing representation of what they believe. Also, people like, I guarantee you the Actman is like unironically going to be pretty blatantly progressive in like 5 years. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like he's going to sort of go through this era that we're starting up, this Gamergate 2 as they're calling it, and he's gonna realize how stupid it is and probably end up being a more progressive-leaning person when he comes out of it. The Actman, Lucky Otter. Anyway, thank you so much for the $5, Larry Banks. Pepper T21, thank you so much for the $5 as well. It's very kind of you. Said I had to leave stream early, but I got have to leave stream early, but I got a couple of thousand from my inheritance I can fuck around with that woke stock. Think it's gonna be fun. Obviously no financial advice, but thanks for the lead. Right now it's dipping like crazy because everyone's shit-talking it, so, you know, at least in my view, I decided it would be a good time to buy while it's dipping like crazy. And now I'm just gonna hold on to it for like a year or two until this entire controversy is like fully, truly dead and the stock continues to grow, especially because ESG score is, one, not this like crazy woke thing that's going to be like dismantled by the internet mob, and two, it's going to be an even more relevant factor for companies and investors going forward as you know, just society progresses more. And I feel like that's possibly going to end up being a relatively safe short long-term stock, if that makes sense. Like, not necessarily holding it for, like, decades, but maybe I hold it for, like, a year or two and see what happens. Yeah. By the way, have you guys liked the content cadence on the channel? We have been uploading a lot lately. 3 uploads a day, as I have always wanted to maintain. That's always been the dream. And streaming 2 days in a row, having a day off, 2 days in a row and a day off, sort of perpetually, as I have been doing. So nice finally being settled down in my, like, permanent housing and being in Seattle. And, you know, all my life problems are pretty much solved and I can just focus on work. It's so... I don't know how else to describe it other than it's just very uplifting, I guess. Like, it feels as though a weight has been lifted off my shoulders. The stress of moving and all that stuff. I guess the only thing I'm a little stressed out about is having to save up for the camera and, like, quail stuff and getting that all started and taking care of animals and, you know, helping to bring to life a, you know, quarter dozen baby birds. You know, it's gonna be something. Not a quarter dozen, a 3/4 of a dozen. Almost. Somewhere around there. 8. You do the math. I'm not good at math. Especially not in my head. Regardless, though, thank you, Pepper T21. Oh! And another one from Pepper T21. Thank you so much for the extra $5. Very kind of you. Said, also, new banger. Squidward finally got a solo. What's this? Is this a glorb? Yep, it's a glorb. We got a new glorb, guys. We're glorb posting. We're glorb posting. Alright, hold on, I gotta get high for this.
Up squasher, band deaded, band getting, top shutter, pan sagging gang member from rock bottom, the clan wooden waste ritter. These bitches love me cause I know that I'm a trendsetter. Up squasher,
Two-thirds? Gotcha.
Top shutter, pan sagging gang member from rock bottom, the clan wooden waste ritter. These bitches love me cause I know that I'm a laugh to the bank with a man damn pack, yeah, and turn a stone face to a mansion. Text her up, pussy like Phantom. Catch him at the crib, make him sit Chris Hansen. Yeah, dick and better prayer, I ain't no predator. Yeah, I'm addicted to the sound of cash registers. Yeah, I'm not coming round like predators. I cap tuck pussies out of frame like an editor. Down here in bikini, where uppers go Houdini. You would think we press into the way that we've been leaning. She goes suck and rub me up just like a genie. I'm a virgin off the white line.
How do you not? Oh, you don't know about Glorb? Welcome to the world of Glorb.
Now Squiddy got a pointer, he'll tell you what he finna do is catch her up, pussy stretchy mouth like a syllable. I'm a trendsetter, up squasher, band get it, top shutter, pan sagging gang member from rock bottom, the clan wooden waste.
This is art.
These bitches love me cause I know that I'm a trendsetter, up squasher, band get it, top shutter, pan sagging gang member from rock bottom, the clan wooden waste ritter. These bitches love me cause I know that I'm a. They love me cause I know.
It's pretty fucking good. It's a good song. It's good. We like Glorb. We like Glorb. I'll drop a like. Glorb is funny. We like Glorb. The only good use of AI? AI is only ethically good for like memes, and like if somehow it eventually figures out the cure for cancer or something like that. I think they are trying to do that, like literally training an AI to just run simulations like a trillion times per minute, 24/7, 365 days a year until it like finds the cure for cancer or something like that. So that's pretty neat. Like the AI could effectively do thinking, research, and simulations that humans could never do in the waking hours of the day while we are like sleeping and resting and eating. That could be a really good help of AI, especially like privately designed and trained AI. I'm excited for that. I unironically think AI could legitimately lead to some pretty amazing discoveries, depending on the type of AI it is. Like, if it's programmed to think in a certain way, it can do a type of thinking that could, you know, of millions of scientists, potentially. So yeah, who knows? I know that there's something about, like, them trying to find the cure to cancer with AI. Or a cure to most cancer. Xanderhall, fun Halo fact. The Covenant banned AI because the Flood can actually infect AI. Yes, that is true. Yeah, it can infect AI. It's what happened to Cortana. I actually just today caught up with the Halo TV show. Season 2 is definitely better, but man, was the second to last week's episode, I guess it would have been? Like, not this week's, but last week's episode. Oh man, some of those effects. So I saw on Twitter people were complaining about it, and the CGI on, like, the aliens looked fine. I checked. I had HDR off on my monitor, and I turned it on and immediately saw what people were talking about with, like, the aliens, like the Covenant looking like they're pasted onto the screen. I was like, holy shit, how does changing a monitor setting do this? And I think it has something to do with, like, the lighting tint being far more, like, pop out and noticeable as it being CGI with that monitor setting. Similar situation to the Game of Thrones long night thing when people had HDR turned on in their TVs. But what was I saying? I was getting to it. I brain farted. Oh yeah. But what they really fucked up, just objectively, was the muzzle flare. Like, there was absolutely no muzzle flare in some scenes, and I started looking for it because it got called out on Twitter. There would be scenes where, like, the gun is meant to be shooting and it recoils like it's shooting, but there's nothing coming out of the like the muzzle of the gun. And then there are scenes where it's just straight up, like, the blinking flashlights that they have in there to, like, make light be emitted so they can, like, put CG over that. And then on top of that, like, the blinking of the lights is like blink, 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 which sounds fast, but, like, they're meant to be full auto, like, rifles shooting like 100 rounds every 10 seconds or something. Like, and so it looks really wrong, especially because it's missing the CGI for the muzzle flare. And then on top of that, when there is muzzle flare, it looks super goofy. I only just noticed it when I started to, like, look for it, but they tried to emulate the way it looks in the games, like, 1-to-1, and they didn't even try to, like, take artistic license to emulate that look of the muzzle flare, but still make it relatively real looking. It looks like a video game in that way, and not in a good way. That's a big criticism. And then the final thing, the final thing I noticed, this is during the Fall of Reach episode. There's a scene where a character is laying dead at the end of an episode. And that character is like looking up at the ceiling, like Walter White style, but we see from their perspective what they're seeing. And there's this hole in the ceiling with a bird, a CGI alien bird, that's, like, circling, like, up above, but it's sort of in the distance. Now the bird circles sort of out of view, or as it should be, out of view, sort of like over the building and out of view of the hole. But when it does, if you track where the bird is, you can literally see the shadow of the bird through the ceiling of the building, almost like this little painted, like, outline, and then it comes out from, and you can just see it. Like, they didn't know to, like, un-CGI the bird out of the scene once it passes out of, like, behind an object. Like, you could see the bird through a solid object, because the CGI in that last scene was done, I guess, very rushed and lazily. I don't know. Maybe they crunched and underpaid their workers like crazy, or outsourced it, or just forgot and didn't notice. Man, they really do need to, like, step it up with that Halo show, because they've got something good going there, like, fundamentally, if they just change some stuff to be better. Like, when the show is good, there are scenes that keep you watching that are just so fucking good. And you're like, oh, this is what we want, this is what we want. And then, like, you have to sit through episodes of, like, this is okay, but I wish that this wasn't what the Halo show was, you know? Yeah. I appreciate it, Balth, but I'm trying to be a bit more punctual today, because we're already 38 minutes into stream. I don't want to get too much more stun-locked. But, yeah, thank you, Balth. I appreciate it. Let me update the dono goal really fast to reflect you guys' kind support. Different teams actually making it. TSW Shadow Wolf. I'm pretty certain the people making the Halo show have, like, proudly stated they don't have any, like, besides the main actor, don't have any experience playing the games. Like, they've read, like, summaries of the lore, but probably thought it was dumb, and then, like, have taken a shitload of artistic license. Dog. They did their own, like, who was it, Eskel? I'm spoiling, like, a multiple-year-old episode of The Witcher now. But you know how in Season 2, I think it was, of The Witcher show? Like, just out of fucking nowhere, for no reason, in, like, the most lore-breaking way possible, like, after pretty much following the books nearly to a T, just out of nowhere, they kill off, it's either Lambert or Eskel. It's obviously not a spoiler, because I don't remember which one. I can't tell you which one it was for sure. It's just like, why'd they do that? That doesn't happen. Like, everything's been accurate up to this point. Why'd they do that? They did one of those types of decisions in the show, in the most recent episode. If you've seen it, you know what I'm talking about. A character dies that is not supposed to be dead. Have you heard Cinema is, from my home state, just dropped out of the race for her re-election? I did, and it's on the list to cover today. Zan, just spoil the damn thing. Are you okay with it? I guess, alright, spoilers for the new episode of the Halo show. Like, mute for like 10 seconds if you don't want to get spoiled. They straight up kill off Captain Keyes. I guess it's possible he survives the explosion, but it seems quite definitive. For just no reason. Like, why would they do that? He's supposed to be alive. He's literally one of the like, I think he's the first speaking character we see in Halo Combat Evolved. Which takes place directly after this season of the show. Like, doesn't Combat Evolved take place, like, right after they just got out of, like, Lightspeed Jump or whatever it's called? Like, escaping Reach, getting glassed? Like, directly from there? That they've already kind of fucked up. Yeah, it's a bit like when Fox killed off the literal undying X-Man in one of their movies, yeah. Yeah, the tutorial is literally immediately dropping out of Lightspeed before being attacked. Yeah, and they gotta wake up Chief and everything. Man, I think what I'll probably end up doing is with Balthazar. Balth, you're in chat, right? You better be in chat so you can agree to this. I think me and Balth are gonna do a playthrough of the entire Halo Master Chief Collection. I have played through but not all the way to the end of Combat Evolved. I played a lot of Combat Evolved, but I mostly played the multiplayer. When I was a kid, I didn't have internet or cable, but my mom would take me to the public library that wasn't too far from one of the apartments we lived in, and I would use the computer there. And there was a kid that would go there because it was always like after school there'd be a bunch of kids that like they just go to the library there to use the computers for like hours. So my mom would take me there just to hang out and stuff. And so there was this one kid who would always bring a thumb drive that had a copy of Halo Combat Evolve in it. And he would plug it into every computer at the computer lab and install the game on there. And somehow we were all able to boot it up and play it and then get onto a LAN server probably and like literally play online, like playing against each other. It was so cool. We would literally have in the library LAN parties. We'd have to hide it, like when the librarians did not like it and didn't like us playing games on the computers. So we'd have to hide it, hide it in files. She'd uninstall it off the computers at the end of the day, and then we just reinstall it right again and get back on. You know, it never really stopped us. That was so fucking cool. That was fun. That was really, really fun. What else? Halo 2 was obviously top tier. I played a whole lot of Halo 2, like a ton of Halo 2. I had it on Xbox 360, and I played it until my Xbox 360 red ringed of death. So, yeah, that sucked, but I played it a lot. By the time Halo 3 came out, I didn't have an Xbox. I have never played Halo 3. Never even touched Halo 3. That's right. And then, like, Halo Reach, never played that. Halo 4, never played that. Halo 5, I think I played a bit of that, like the opening, and I thought it was cool, but it didn't really feel all that Halo. It felt more something else, you know? Cool, but different. And then Halo Infinite I actually played. I played and beat the campaign of Halo Infinite and then dropped it. I don't know if more has come out for the campaign since release day. I bought Halo Infinite on release day, played through the campaign, and beat it that day. 100%ed the game that day. The entire campaign. Not like, I'm sure it wasn't 100% exactly, but I completed the story and literally cleared every camp, unlocked all the map, like gathered everything that appeared on the map as a collectible, and it was just like, huh, there's nothing else to do. So, yeah. That's pretty much my experience with Halo, and I like Halo, but I really do want to, yeah, spoiler warnings are a type of trigger warning, you're right. But I really want to play through all the Halo games with, like, a friend. I think that'd be cool. Especially Halo 3, where you play as, like, Chief and Arbiter together. Maybe we play it, like, on Legendary with all skulls on. Just go for, like, the absolute asshole ripping, tearing experience. You know? Halo's not that hard. Famous last words. Real?
When the Republican frontrunner
Rachel Maddow W? Rachel Maddow W? Real? Does it come from this? Rachel Maddow W? Honestly, this is a good video to go with for a segment I was gonna do. That's actually a very good suggestion of a well, you sent me a tweet which had a link to the video where it comes from. I get what you mean. Yes, exactly. True. But we're gonna watch this whole thing, well, a lot of it, for a segment, because this actually ties into a segment I had planned. So thank you, War Penguin. That was dope. Anyway, guys, you all know what to do. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, guys, the Supreme Court has decided the Republican Trump-nominated supermajority, Supreme Court I should add, has decided that Donald Trump cannot legally be stricken from the ballot in Colorado and effectively any other state, regardless of his status as a insurrection, starter. This, of course, is a partisan decision. I don't think most progressives really agree with it, but it's the reality of the situation. And this is a democracy, and at the end of the day, I don't think that striking Trump from the ballots would have changed much about the likelihood of him getting, like, they would have voted for him anyway. They just wrote his name in, and that doesn't change anything. So it would have just basically been something that makes the Democrats look as undemocratic as the Republicans. So frankly, the fact that this failed is probably a good thing. I don't think that trying to, play the same game the Republicans do and get Trump off the ballots is a good method. We truly just have to increase voter turnout and convince people to vote against Trump for Biden. And of course, we also need to dissuade people from being nihilistic and uninterested in voting, because you're not just voting on the president and vice president when you go to that polling booth, or if you just, by the way, vote early and do mail-in voting and just get it delivered to your house weeks ahead of time, fill it out whenever you damn well feel like, and just mail it in, and you don't even have to leave the house to vote. So much fucking easier and better. I think you do have to leave the house to drop it off maybe, but I think you might just be able to send it in your mailbox actually. Who knows? Anyway, you're voting on a bunch of other things. You're voting on policies, referendums. You're also voting on other seats as well in local elections. You're voting on the House sometimes as well. So it's there's a lot of reasons why you don't just want to see, oh, I don't like either of the president choices, and then just tap out of voting. Because you're not just voting on the president, you're voting on a shit ton of stuff, and not going to the polls means you are completely giving up your say on a substantial amount of issues, most of them local to you. The kind of things that will actually change your life. I mean, whether or not weed becomes legalized in your state is going to be on the ballot, probably during a general election, and you're going to have to vote on it through the general election ballot. That's typically how it's been done. So that's just one of countless examples of why, even if you don't like Biden and you don't even plan to vote for him, you should certainly at least go to the polls and vote. Because even outside of the president, there are a lot of positions and things you want to vote on and not have your voice be silent on. Now, with that in mind, we need to talk about people, especially on the left's lack of enthusiasm for Biden. The fact that, frankly, a lot of the media has not given Biden the proper positive attention for his insanely good domestic policy, as he rightly deserves. On the left, there's been a hyperfixation on the fact that he is, like every president before him, supporting Israel as they conduct a imperialistic, colonialist genocide. Pick your buzzword, against the Palestinians. But meanwhile, he has been the best president in every single other way, while being the same as every other president in the way with Israel. So it really just feels like the bar has been getting raised unattainably high for the approval from lefties for a Democrat president. I'm not saying you have to get down on your knees and kiss Biden's feet or anything like that, but I think it's important to recognize when it's time to scream at Biden and when it's time to be damn, Biden's actually doing a pretty good job. Look how much better for the average working class American a Biden or just Democrat presidency in general seems to be than a Trump or Republican presidency. But instead, even now, 3 months into election year, we're still harping on Biden. I mean, we're less than 10 months out from election day. I feel like it's time to start focusing our priorities. Especially with Nikki Haley still trying to bleed as much support from Trump as she can until the primary ends. She is not going to step down, according to her. So the fact that we almost have some Republicans working together to try to take down Trump, like some sort of team up in a superhero movie. Soy. I really feel now is the time for us to exert our electoral power and finish off Trump for good. I don't see him being capable of running in 4 years, frankly. His health looks like it's declining. His brain seems to be melting as well. People talk about Biden's age. People forget Trump's like 3 years younger, and he is also starting to have a lot of brain meltiness. It has been reported that a lot of people think Trump is more, it doesn't get like come off as old because he doesn't stutter as much. He just talks nonsense 24/7. And so if his mind was melting, you wouldn't really be able to tell the difference, and his childishness and his lack of maturity in the way he conducts himself almost makes him seem young at heart, is the wording that a lot of people used in polling. So it's like, yeah. I don't know. I don't know if Trump's going to be, like, well enough to run for president in 4 years. Unironically, I think this might be the final go. Like, does he win this election and destroy our democracy if he wins, or do we win and stave him off until he's like a rotting husk? You know, that's kind of the goal here. Now, surprisingly, we've got an MSNBC video where Rachel Maddow apparently does a really good job of explaining why Biden is so good. And I'm not talking about why Biden is better than Trump, but simply, in a vacuum, why Biden is good. Not an argument of compare him to the other guy or he's better than the other guy. Simply, here are reasons why you should actively be happy to cast a vote for Biden and feel as if that is not just preventing disaster, but causing good. Let's check it out. Now, stream gets knocked out and it says like stream stopped for policy violations or something like that, like it did yesterday. Just know sometimes when I react to mainstream news outlets like this, YouTube shoots first and asks questions never. And all I have to do is just stop playing the video, stop showing it, wait like 2 to 3 minutes, and my stream will come back. So if it happens, just be patient. Don't freak out. Don't spam the chat like crazy. Just say it happened, and then just start saying yourselves, if people in chat don't know, be patient, it will come back. It's just a temporary stream termination due to copyrighted material being detected. So if that happens, just know that's what it is. I will continue the segment, most likely, nonetheless, if it does happen, because I'm still recording and I want the segment to go up just fine. But the stream will come back in time if it does happen. But it probably won't. It rarely does happen, but when it does, people freak out, even though it's not a big deal. So just fair warning.
When the Republican frontrunner remembers that it's a man named Joe Biden who he's running against and not Barack Obama, the whole basis for that campaign against...
Yeah, Donald Trump and then also a bunch of Republicans on Twitter were saying that Obama was president. Like, well, Trump accidentally said Obama was president, like, in a literal brain-melted, like, dementia moment. And then, like, to try and back him up, because everything Trump does must be 4D, 5D, 6D, 12D chess, the Republicans on Twitter started saying that actually Obama still runs the country and is the president through Biden, is what Trump meant. And they've, like, born that conspiracy theory from Trump's mind-melted gaffe.
Against Biden, as you know, is that Biden's out of it, that Biden's old and stuff, right? Trump's 77, Biden's 81. A new AP poll out today says 6 in 10 voters have worries about the mental capacity of each of them. About 57% of voters say they have that worry about Trump. About 63% say they have that worry about Biden. The margin of error in this poll is just over 4%. And so, yeah.
Remember, both of them are older than the average American man's average lifespan. Like, they exist in a category so separate from the average American age-wise. There is a case to be made there. That's, like, some validity to the fact that, like, we really need to have younger representatives.
Yeah, it's kind of a tie. I think the headline here on the AP story about this today is about right. About 6 in 10 voters in America have worries about both of these old dudes maybe being too old and out of it. But that's who the two parties are running. So pick one. Right? Pick one. That's your choice. Pick one.
Exactly.
I mean, you have lots of grounds.
I said exactly this back during 2020. When Bernie lost the when Bernie lost the Democratic primary, I was upset about it. I was rooting for Bernie. I was excited for Bernie. I was hopeful for him. It looked like he was going to win for a while. It truly did. And For a moment there, I almost rest assured believing he was going to win the primary and he'd be the nominee. It genuinely seemed that way. And I was just as upset when that ended up not being the case. And you know what? I still said, even before Bernie lost, no matter who wins this primary, even if it's not Bernie, you vote for them in the general. You vote for them in the general because it's what we have to do to stop Trump. Even if the Democratic nominee is Bloomberg, I don't care. You vote for him over Trump. Because Trump's policy platform is to make it so there will be no more elections ever again.
On which to choose. They have also, both been president, which is a rare thing you get to choose from among presidential candidates. But that lets us compare them, right? In the past
That is a very good point. Trump's been president. We can look at how his presidency went. Not too well. We can look at how Biden's presidency went. How'd that go? Not too well. People are going to try to say that the really good economy we had for the first, the first half, I would say, two-thirds or three, I'd say two-thirds of Trump's presidency. People are going to try to say that the really low prices and relatively, high interest rates that we got during Trump's first two-thirds of his presidency mean the economy was really good and that Trump was doing a good job. That is, in fact, not the case. Much of that was due to Obama-era policy still kind of lingering around with its effects during Trump's presidency. What truly was the effect of a Trump presidency was what we saw in the last third of his presidency, which was the economic recession due to his horrible response to COVID, the worst response to COVID of any country in the entire world. There were literally third world countries that were handling COVID better than the United States. And yet, meanwhile, we see a massive recession. Donald Trump is fighting tooth and nail to prevent stimulus checks from being handed out to Americans across the country. We get the stimulus checks. I think we get 2 or 3 of them. I don't remember. And Donald Trump now has tried to take credit for the stimulus checks as being a thing that he did that was good, even though he fought against them tooth and nail. And then on top of that, Biden has taken the horrible economy we had, coming off of Trump, going into his presidency, and we're probably going to see one of the strongest economies we've had under a Democrat president in this last third of Biden's presidency. The question is, are we going to see prices go down? Gas prices, I genuinely don't see going down. The companies want Republicans in charge for a variety of reasons. They set the prices, so gas prices are probably... Well, they don't set them, but they influence them heavily. So I don't see gas prices going down, so Republicans are going to be able to keep on saying, look at the gas prices, despite Biden, expanding permits for domestic drilling of, fracking and oil, more than any president ever before him, even Republicans, while also expanding permits on green energy infrastructure more than any president before him. Just creating, and all domestically, all here in America on our soil, creating shitloads of American jobs.
3+ years that Joe Biden has been president, we've got unemployment below 4%.
Yep.
Best job market since, depending on you count, the 1960s. Violent crime at nearly a 50-year low. The United States has had the best economic recovery since COVID of any large country in the world.
I love that tweet where the guy says that Biden, when he did that executive order to bypass the Supreme Court and cancel shitloads of people's student debt, not all of the student debt in the country like he wanted to, but a lot of it. And there was this one person who tweeted about how Biden completely canceled their student debt. He's freed up $800 a month of expendable income for them, and they still don't want to vote for Biden and still won't vote for Biden because of Palestine. To a certain extent, there are people who are never going to vote in the first place, and they're proud of it. They see not voting as a sign of moral purity. They're not really worth appealing to, but I think it's important that we try to get these accomplishments in front of as many people as possible, even if there are people who are so dedicated to their beliefs and have reached a point of such cognitive dissonance that they'll keep raising the bar forever. It's worth getting this these accomplishments to as many people as possible. They need to know about it.
The stock market has hit record after record. More Americans have health insurance than ever before. He's standing up against Putin, who's one of the least popular figures in the world with American voters. He's fighting for reproductive rights, which is something even red state voters say they want, while Republicans are stripping those rights aggressively everywhere. He's cutting student loan debt while Republicans are trying to stop him from doing that. He has brokered and signed the biggest bipartisan infrastructure deal ever in the history of the country. Unions have never been more popular in my entire lifetime, and I'm old, and he's the first president ever to join the picket line with striking auto workers who then won their strike and then endorsed him.
The thing is, you want to know what, like, a lefty on Twitter would respond to? Doesn't matter, 30,000 dead. That's all they'd respond to with this. And then they'd refuse to vote, and then Trump would get elected, and then Trump would be like, I want to bring my good friend Netanyahu here. How many of those Palestinian scum did you kill today, Netanyahu? Like, have you glassed Gaza yet? Good. Oh, good. All right. We sent you the nukes. Glad to hear. Very, very good. This would have never happened under Biden, people. Like, that is how it would go. That is exactly how it would go. Like, Donald Trump would, like, bring Netanyahu over here and, like, praise him for how many innocent Palestinians he's killed or something, and then send him a bunch of nukes so they could glass Gaza. Now, if you think that's crazy, Trump suggested nuking a hurricane.
His Democratic Party has outperformed the polls and outperformed history in the midterms and in all of the off-year elections since he has been president. While on the other side, his opponent has been indicted 91 times. And don't forget that his opponent was just president right before this, which we remember. And even if we don't, in the 3+ years that he's been gone from the White House, we have learned some real doozies about what exactly was going on there.
He's had Trump would have meltdowns in the White House while throwing his fast food nuggies across the room and spilling ketchup and mustard all over the fucking Oval Office tables and whatnot. These are literal, there have been countless stories about his meltdowns and his temper tantrums and his little, baby rages. It's just not the kind of person you want to be leading the country.
The new photos released showing boxes of documents stashed in a ballroom, even a bathroom at his Mar-a-Lago home. The indictment saying
then there's
among
that.
the classified documents found in the boxes, information.
Like, Trump being president is clearly a national security risk. I know it's a very easy thing to just sort of, throw to the back of your mind, but legitimately, the fact that Trump was very clearly selling off secrets or handing off secrets to foreign powers, some of which are in hostile stances with us, such as Russia, really not a good thing. Not a good thing for the American people. That's us, for the most part. Most people in chat, not everyone, but frankly, it's not good for anybody. If you're a European and a NATO country watching, you don't want American top secret documents getting leaked to Russia. That's not good for you guys either. That's very not good for you guys.
About U.S. nuclear programs.
I overheard the president say something to the effect of, I don't effing care that they have weapons. They're not here to hurt me. Take the effing mags away. Let my people in. They can march to the Capitol from here.
Did you guys hear, by the way, that Donald Trump wants to withdraw support from Ukraine because, and I quote, they don't pay enough into their defense spending? There's basically this, deal where a bunch of different countries that are in, the UN or NATO, I forget, there's a deal where they have to spend a certain amount on defense spending every year, and then if one of them gets invaded, one or more people come and help them out. It's sort of the same situation we've got going on all around the world, really. If a world shipping lane gets attacked, we come out and we help because we're the big boys in the field. It's usually America. And so Trump's suggesting that because supposedly Ukraine's not paying enough into their defense spending budget, they aren't keeping up their end of the deal, and so we should pull back all support whatsoever from Ukraine and let them fall to Russia. Obviously, it's no secret this is part of Trump's collusion with Russia, and Trump wants to work with them to get Ukraine into Russia's hands because it makes Russia more powerful, and Russia would be a powerful ally to Trump. So yeah.
let the people in, take the effing mags away.
A $2 billion investment that former President Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, secured last summer from a fund led by the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia has raised questions about the ethics of post-White House business dealings.
And we're back with Cassidy Hutchinson. Cassidy, what was Mark Meadows
So much
burning
corruption
every day?
Yeah, I wish I knew Nicole. There were several times I would walk into Mark's office and I would see.
My favorite thing is the Donald Trump official lie counter. It's a real thing. You can look up how many lies, like definitive, blatant lies Donald Trump has told factually, with sources for every one, and a reference to him telling everyone on like a website. I forget what it's called. It's in the tens of thousands, and in a very short, like in 1 year, it's like tens of thousands of lies. It's quite crazy. And these aren't small fibs either. Like, they're substantial, purposeful lies told to protect his reputation or convince people, like, to attack others' reputations.
Him putting papers into the fireplace.
Eventually, it culminated, the long break, simmering break between he and myself in June of 2020 when he wanted to deploy active duty troops on the street of Washington, D.C., and suggested actually that we shoot Americans in the streets.
Jesus.
He suggested that we deploy active duty troops in Washington and shoot Americans in the streets, says his defense secretary. And the White House chief of staff was regularly burning documents in the White House fireplaces. And the son-in-law mysteriously gets a $2 billion housewarming present from a foreign government the second he walks out of the White House. And he's stashing classified documents about America's nuclear programs at home in a bathroom and then refusing to give them back. And he's explicitly asking...
Not even at home, in fucking Mar-a-Lago. I guess it technically is his home, but God, I've seen Mar-a-Lago in real life, even before I knew who Trump was. It looks like a big gated community, like, vacation resort, more so than like a mansion or a house. So it's just kind of weird to even like it's full of strangers is my point. Like, outside of the potential foreign dealings Trump was doing with those documents, it's just a place that is filled with tons of underpaid and unpaid strangers walking around accessing those rooms all the fucking time. And yeah, you know, I'm sure there's lots of pedos too because Trump's friends, but still, like, my point is, it's not a safe place for those documents to have been at all.
For our...
Like, it's not like Biden, who had legitimately forgotten some, like, top, like, okay, so what happened with Biden, because you probably heard a lot of shit about Biden's illegal documents. What ended up happening was Biden had a bunch of documents when he was still, like, when he was vice president, that were not classified when he took them. They were fully legal and fine for him to take home and just have, like, at home with them for work at home or whatever it may be. You know, if your job is in politics, it makes sense to have some paper filings at home, especially if it's not top secret illegal to have filings. They were retroactively made classified, and after that point, possessing them is considered an issue. Now, a court and investigators were able to fully determine that Biden absolutely did not break the law. He took all those files home when they were not classified, and it was completely fine. They were retroactively classified, and based on their storage, A, they were quite safe in the way they were stored, compared to the way Trump had stored those files, especially. And B, it was very obvious that Biden was not knowledgeable of the classification of those files and would have made an effort to return them and, like, write that had that been the case. So the court pretty much determined there was no reasonable belief you could come to that Biden maliciously committed a crime. So that's actually the story behind the Biden files thing. It was a complete bullshit, like, scandal. Nothing ever came of it. That's why the Republicans completely dropped it and don't talk about it anymore. Of course, they never, like, took anything they said back. They never do that. But they just dropped their completely losing positions. So, yeah, that's the worst thing Biden ever did in regards to top secrets.
Armed people to be let into the crowd he was going to direct to go to Congress.
He might have been a senator, he might have been vice president. Regardless, the rest of that is all accurate.
To overthrow the government to try to keep him in power. That's just a sprinkling of the things we have learned about his time in office since he left office. Today, there's actually another one. New reporting from Rolling Stone. Look at this headline. Trump's White House was awash in speed.
I read this article last night. I saw it in r/politics, actually. Yeah, there has been like a massive outing of the fact that drug use was rampant in Donald Trump's White House among tons of staff. Like, this just came out yesterday. I read this article last night. I saw it in r/politics. It's funny.
And I don't mean speed as in efficiency.
Xanax?
I mean speed as in everyone was on drugs. Who wants those guys back in the White House?
It's like the Nazis.
Because the two major parties are going to nominate someone, and you got to pick one. Which would you prefer? You have to pick one. We're actually going to speak with the lead reporter from that Rolling Stones.
No, I don't. I don't have to pick one. I choose not to participate in democracy. If forced to choose between one evil or another, I'd rather not choose any at all. I'm like Geralt Witcher.
That's what these people sound like. That's how they would respond.
Story in just a moment. But I will just leave you with this. There's no magic spell. There's no solution that is going to come, say, from the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court did the favor of reminding us all of that today when they ruled that
Carmen.
Trump will stay
You're
on the
welcome.
ballot all over the country. They gave us that reminder today after last week. They made sure we knew it in the first place when they somewhat inexplicably took action to delay all the Trump criminal trials except the one they couldn't stop until after the election. There's no magic wand coming to stop this thing. There's no, magic beans that you can grow here that make some beanstalk take us away from all of this. There's only one way out of this. Pick one. The Democratic Party has picked its nominee. Yes, it's an old guy who is doing practical, normal, and popular things as president and who has a lot to show for it, particularly in terms of how well things are going economically since
I've legitimately heard normies complain that Biden's not funny enough.
He has been at the helm. The Republican Party is pretty obviously picking their guy as well, also an old guy who, for example, cannot say the word Venezuela and who has no idea who is the current president of the United States, currently riding high on his party's abortion bans and measles-curious virological denialist free associating.
Dude, we literally exterminated measles from this country for like 30 years, and now in the last year, this year, because of the anti-vaxxers, measles is back. An outbreak in Florida and in like Ohio or something. I think there might have been more, but there's been at least 2. They've brought back measles. We beat measles for 30 years, and the right-wing anti-vaxxers brought it back. The fact is, it's not a matter of their own personal choice for their bodily autonomy. Oh, in Missouri too? It's a matter of they have become like bioweapons, walking bioweapons by choice, and they are trying to defend this as like their right.
He's trying to warm the American people up to the idea of just a little bit of dictatorship from him. And he's getting us ready to, start building camps to hold millions because his advisors say the deportations start at noon on day 1. The courts are not going to help. The law will be a sidebar to the main decision. You will make this decision. The only way this decision will be made is by you.
This is well spoken.
By you volunteering and donating and campaigning and deciding it matters enough to you to not only vote, but to help. To help
I'm
your
doing my
candidate
part.
try to win. The Republican Party really, really is amazing right now. But the only thing that will stop them is Democrats winning instead. Period.
Simple as.
Full stop. Thank you, United States Supreme Court, for the clarification. The campaign.
I feel like that's enough, but like I want to make it very clear here. There is no opting out here, okay? You will feel the difference between a Trump presidency and a Biden presidency. It's not going to be a difference of, oh, what side of the culture war is saying they're winning right now. It's not going to be a difference of who gets to brag about what victory or loss. It's going to be a difference in your quality of life. What's legal where you live? What policies are even possible to get passed? Hell, certain types of research into medicine and whatnot and psychology are going to get banned. Like research into like trans healthcare, stuff like that. They want to ban that so that like scientific advancements can't be made. in this country to the benefit of trans people. Like, there are countless ways in which very long-lasting effects, even if Trump ends up out of office in 4 years, will be felt forever. For at least not for a very, very long time. You're going to feel the difference, okay? And it's not just going to be an internet culture war thing. It's going to be your life. You cannot opt out of this election. I know it's always been like, oh, this election is the most important election of our lives. The fact is, that's always true. The current election is always the most important election of your life. That's how it works. The present is always the most important moment of your life. Anything could happen in the present. So, yeah. Go and vote. This is the most important election of your life. And it is by a lot. How the fuck will we support Biden with his handling of the Gaza situation? Like, I want to, but I really feel like Biden is skinking. Skinking is candidacy? I don't know what that means. You do understand that, like, Israel's been doing this genocide for literally decades now? That nothing has changed? It's just that, like, this recent bout of things has made you more aware of it, and you now have, like, the internet, like the internet-brained... you know, I've learned of this thing, and now it's the new current thing that you've literally become an NPC if you are allowing this to warp your position so much. Nothing has changed. Biden's policy on this has been the exact same as every president before, except Trump and other Republicans who are even worse, because they enable Israel in a way that they applaud and back up Israel, and then Trump literally, like, did more airstrikes and fucking bombings than any, like, way more than Biden, and way more than even Obama. Within the first year of his presidency, he did. The idea that we're going to see less innocent death under Trump, or the idea it'll be equal, is insane. Biden being president will prevent countless more children from dying. I get children are dying under Biden. It is horrible. I am not making excuses for it, but I'm worrying about the children that are going to die if Trump wins. I can't stop the kids that are going to die because Biden is enabling Israel now, but if we vote for Trump, if I encourage you to vote for Trump, maybe we can stop the countless more kids that are going to die if he becomes president, and he has said he will fully enable Israel to root out Hamas and by whatever means they see necessary. And I believe the quote was like, you understand one of Trump's policy platforms is to literally arrest you. To literally arrest you for misspoke. What I say? What I didn't hear what I misspoke of. Like, one of his policies is to literally arrest you for protesting against Israel and in favor of Palestine. Oh, you misspoke, not me? Okay. In favor of Palestine against Israel. He's literally campaigning on a policy platform to consider that terrorism or terrorism sympathy and to make it a crime. Shut the fuck up, I'm filling out the mail-in ballot now. I don't think that's, unless you're filling out one for the primary, I don't think that's possible. But, no, I mean, I think it's important to be very clear here. That Trump is, like, even domestically, like, Trump would make it so you're not even allowed to advocate for the Palestinians. You're not even going to be allowed to protest for them. And if you think that, like, the brutality of the police under the George Floyd protests was bad, oh boy. Oh boy. The things that a Donald Trump presidency police department would do to Palestinian, pro-Palestinian protesters when given the full green light to, like, open fire on terrorist sympathizers, not as protesters, but as terrorist sympathizers gathering in the streets to, like, plan a terrorist attack. That's how Trump will designate it. It won't even be considered free speech. It'll be so much worse than what we saw during the George Floyd protests. So much worse. Like, full-on firing lines in the street. Wait, Game Master 19, have you not seen my most recent video? Biden has already pushed for a ceasefire. Like, the ceasefire, assuming Hamas agrees to it, begins in 5 days. This is a perfect example of how much the lack of coverage of Biden's achievements have been, like, quelled and like, covered up. Biden was literally the facilitator that made Israel agree to a, like, at least 2 week, with the possibility, or no, I think it's 4 or 5 week, with the possibility of an expansion, ceasefire. I know it's not perfect, it's not a forever ceasefire, but it's a holy shit, for like 5 weeks, there is no more firepower coming out of Israel towards the Palestinian people. That's big, that's valuable time. That's lives saved. And that's Biden's doing, Biden's facilitation. The ball is now in Hamas's court. The problem is, do you think Hamas is going to agree to the ceasefire? Or do you think even if Israel stops lobbing missiles, Hamas is going to keep firing missiles? I will say, the Iron Dome exists for a reason. I don't know if Hamas is going to agree. I think Hamas is just going to keep basically acting as the guy, like, imagine a guy holding a baby as a human shield and, like, firing on a crowd of cops. I think that's pretty much going to be what Hamas is going to do, and basically force those cops into firing back, and that baby's going to get hit. That's basically what's been happening. It is not as, like, IDF propaganda that Hamas uses civilians as human shields. And the thing you're not remembering is it's not like they're using them as human shields and then just chilling out. They're using them as human shields for facilities where they are lobbing missiles at the Iron Dome. And, like, if the Iron Dome had a 100% success rate, I'd be like, yeah, who cares? Just let them, like, lob missiles at it forever. Who cares? Just let them do whatever. But sometimes they break through and people die. So it's like, I don't know if that's really... I don't know if it's acceptable to just be okay with that. Like, Hamas is just allowed to continuously fire at Israel with no response. The problem is Israel's response is scorched earth in, like, a very densely populated area full of civilians. And then also, like, the stealing of the land and, like, the settlements and stuff. There are other issues outside of just the outright murder that are just related to the fact that Israel itself, policy-wise, is a heavily, like, colonialist and imperialist nation. Like, even outside of the killing, they're doing a lot of horrible shit, human rights violations. Yep. Anyway, Slashy, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. It helps a lot. Goes to help raise money for stuff for the Quail content, and it helps to keep a roof above my head, my lights on, and food on my table. Thank you so much for any donos you guys send me. Says, these people are more concerned about their own moral feelings than actually helping Palestine. These people will not have an honest conversation with you on their beliefs because they do not care. Oh no, they're just jumping on a bandwagon. They don't have honest opinions on their beliefs because they don't have beliefs. You're completely right about that, Slashy. Thank you for the $5. Let me update the dono goal really fast. Hey, if you're watching the stream and enjoying right now, please consider dropping a like. It's completely free, takes half a second, and really helps the channel a lot. You're basically training the YouTube algorithm to suggest my content and push it out to more people. So I really do appreciate it when you guys hit that like button. And when you comment and stuff, too. And of course, if you want to go the extra mile and you've got the money for it and you want to support me financially, it always really does help if you donate, subscribe, or gift a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon. You can also buy merch through the Streamlabs link down below in the description at a pretty low price. I just like to see you guys wearing my merch, so I don't really make a profit on those. It's just the production and shipping fees. And then, of course, you can join my fan Discord, where every Friday, every week, alternating, we do movie nights and call-in streams. This Friday, it's going to be a call-in stream, so make sure to join the Discord so you can be a part of that. I also do notifications every time I upload or go live there, so YouTube, you don't have to worry about YouTube not notifying you that I'm live. You'll know. Anyway, Brutus Magnuson, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says, remind people of how they felt in 2016 and how they felt in 2020. Yeah. No, legitimately, think about how it felt the day Trump lost and all the Trump supporters were melting down on, like, just remember that, like, 2 months, it was honestly like 4 months after Trump lost, where it was just glorious Trump supporters melting down. It was just pure fucking copium. It's where the copium meme came from. Like, copium literally started to represent the Trump supporters that were melting down, saying, well, maybe Trump still won it in this way. Maybe Trump still won in this way. It felt so good, didn't it? And compare that to how awful it felt after Trump won in 2016. Like, when Obama gave that speech saying the sun will come up tomorrow. Like, you guys remember how you felt listening to that speech from Obama? Do you want to feel like that again, or do you want to feel how you felt in 2020 and all the Trump supporters were melting down and people were making memes like copium a thing again? Which experience do you want to replicate, Obama? This was the Trump supporters? Let's see this.
You are cold.
Yeah, this was the, this is pretty much a good representation of what the Trump supporters were doing back then, and it was so satisfying, you know?
Coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yes, you're coping and seething. The truth it is scalding, and now you are molding and coping so hard. Coping and seething. You are coping.
I love that it loops perfectly. Holy shit. I set it to loop. And it's made to loop perfectly. Watch.
You are coping.
Wow, it loops literally perfectly. Holy shit. That's great. I love videos like that that are literally made for a perfect loop. A seamless loop. That goes hard. Nice. I remember that one Trump supporter that was foaming from the mouth like that woman, yelling no when Trump won. Yeah. God. Need. If Trump wins again, it'll basically set the perfect environment for actually Gamergate 2 to happen. Because if Trump wins, it'll basically be a complete redoing of history. Like, the chuddy sort of Gamergate-style politics really blew up a year out from the election. Like it is right now with this, like, ESG sweet baby thing right now. And then you've got, like, if Trump wins, the right sees it as, like, a big W. Lefties melt down everywhere, making, like, an insane amount of ammo for the right to use against the left. It goes viral as fuck. And it has, like, massive rebounding effects in the culture war. I wonder if we literally get a, like, but then Trump being president causes, like, all of the, like, fluff of the right to kind of fall away. So it kind of swings back around in the end, of course. But like I said, I'm wondering if we're going to see a repeat of history here. A retread, if you will. Gamergate 2 needs to crash before it gets off the floor. Considering one of their rallying cries is "Az was right," referencing Az as a heel versus babyface, and the thing they're referencing him being right about is the Starfield pronouns meltdown. Considering that's their, yeah, Babygate is what it could be called. Considering that's what their rallying cry is, it's like, I don't know, man. I hope not. I hate reruns. Oh, that's good. That was a good joke. I like that. Okay. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Oh boy. I feel like this is a stat that shouldn't surprise me at all, but for some reason it does. It feels... This headline feels like something out of a parody of our political reality. Nikki Haley beats Trump to become first woman ever to win a Republican primary. I know that shouldn't surprise me. It shouldn't surprise me that it was DC, possibly the most progressive of states, quote unquote. It's a municipality, I think is the term for it, a district. I don't know what the term is for it, but even the Republicans there are woke, so they're willing to vote for a woman. But this is literally the first time ever a woman has managed to get more votes than a man in the primary for the Republican Party. Obviously, it's nowhere near having a competitive, lead by any means in the overall primary. Nikki Haley has literally already lost, but she has said that no matter what happens, and no matter how mathematically impossible it is for her to win, she will not drop her campaign. Effectively translated to, she is going to hold on to that buffalo and stab it and bleed it for everything she can before she gets shaken off. So, like, I mean, that's good for us. This is not the time to think, oh, we can attack Biden right now or something. This is the time to think, shit, Trump's getting attacked by some of his own. There's actually a little bit of pushback. Now is the time to go harder than ever against Trump and try to pull these people over into, like, being, like, at least open to voting for Biden in November. That's going to be a process to moving people over. You know, it's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to be like oh, you just talk to them and they change their vote just out of nowhere. It's going to be a process to convince people to change their vote. And it's going to be ideal if we already have a strong preference among even quite a few Republicans in some states to maybe not support Trump. These Nikki Haley supporters are quite substantial. Former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley, who is awful herself, by the way, not as bad as Trump, but quite awful, took nearly 63% of the GOP primary vote on Sunday, March 3rd. That is a lot. That is a lot for a woman to win, especially when it's a Republican against Trump. I know it's DC and all, it shouldn't surprise you, but still quite surprising. History has been made. Compared to the 33% secured by Trump. As a result, the former UN ambassador received the district's 19 delegates. Haley's campaign heralded the historic win in the nation's capital. Quote, "It's not surprising that Republicans closest to Washington dysfunction are rejecting Donald Trump and all his chaos," Haley campaign spokeswoman Olivia Perez Cubas said in a statement. Haley added in a post on X/Twitter that she is going to, quote, "fight for every inch in the Republican presidential nomination race." Many women have run for president in U.S. history, but Nikki Haley is the first to ever win a Republican presidential primary or caucus. In 1872, women's rights and suffrage advocate Victoria Claflin Woodhull became the first woman to run for U.S. president. Nearly a century later, in 1964, Republican politician Margaret Chase Smith went down in history as the first woman to have her name placed in the nomination for president. She was also the first woman to serve in both houses of the U.S. Congress. Nikki Haley's Washington, D.C. victory also represented her first triumph over Trump in the Republican Party's primary polls. Still, the registered Republican presence in Washington, D.C., the registered Republican presence in Washington, D.C., a traditionally very Democrat-leaning district, is very small. Just over 2,000 people voted in the GOP primary, in a city that's home to nearly 679,000 residents. Nikki Haley still faces near impossible odds in her quest to win the Republican nomination over Trump for the 2024 presidential election. The 19 delegates from her win in the district is only a small portion of the at least 1,215 delegates needed to clinch the nomination. Washington, D.C. aside, Donald Trump has won every other presidential contest in which he's appeared on the ballot and earned 122 delegates. He's expected to shore up even more support and clinch the GOP nomination soon after Super Tuesday, today, which takes place tomorrow on the 5th of March, or today in real, when this is being recorded and streamed, it's today. Super Tuesday, traditionally one of the most important dates on the U.S. political calendar, is the day when the largest number of states hold their presidential primaries and caucuses. Isn't it just 3? Like California, Arkansas, and somewhere else. During this Super Tuesday, 874 of the Republican Party's 2,429 delegates, about 36%, will be up for the grabs. Donald Trump appeared nonplussed about Nikki Haley's Washington, D.C. win, obviously. In a post on his social media platform, Truth Social, the former president said he purposefully stayed away from the district, quote, because it is the swamp with very few delegates and no upside. He then called Haley a loser with a record-low performance in virtually every state. I mean, that's pretty copium, to be honest, though, to say right after you lost a state, but okay, man. I mean, you know what I mean. D.C., not a state, I know. I'm very aware that D.C. is not a state. Don't correct me. I really do think this is an important headline to focus on. Obviously, Nikki Haley isn't going to beat Trump, but the fact that Nikki Haley, going against Trump, was able to win a majority of Republican votes, and a fairly strong majority at that. Not even, like, it wasn't a hairline, like, slim win either. It was a pretty strong one. The fact that somewhere in this country, a majority of Republicans were voted for a woman over Trump, a man, and also Trump, that says a lot about the state of the Republican voter base and how they're feeling about Trump. Don't get me wrong, a substantial majority of them are still part of the Trump train. They will fall in line no matter what, and many of them are just downright part of the cult of Trump and would never, ever think about even considering not voting for him. But I think it's clear that not every Republican voter is this, like, demonic, anti-democratic, Trump-worshipping, NPC. The fact that they're willing to break their values so much they'd vote for a woman to such a rate they would make history, and a woman would win a you know what I mean, for the very first time in U.S. history among Republicans. That means a lot of these people might be open to voting for Biden in the general. There is a chink right now in the Republican Party's armor. We need to expose it, and we need to use it. Take advantage of it. Oh, come on, chat. You know what that... You know what I mean, chat. You know what that means. You know it means a weakness in armor. Don't be fucking weird. There is a weakness, I should say, that has been exposed in the Republican Party's armor. Their supporters are not as fanatically in favor of everybody and everything that they stand for as we might have initially thought. I'm surprised by this development. I legitimately am. Chat, hypers if you feel as though this is a surprise to you. I mean, when this goes out as a video, comment down below if this surprised you. I legitimately was surprised that enough Republicans hated Trump enough they majority voted for a woman. A quite awful woman who still represents many of their values, but still, a woman. Like, they would legitimately see a woman lead the country. Think about that for a second. Think about how not that crazy conservative you have to be to not just not vote for Trump, but to be willing to see the to be willing to see the country be run by a woman. These are people who can be moved. These are people whose entire motivation is not bigotry. These are people who probably don't believe women shouldn't have the right to vote or whatever. These are probably people who actually believe, like, yeah, homeless veterans shouldn't be homeless. We should be spending on social programs to help them. Like, they actually mean that, though. That's probably the type of Republican that we're looking at here that elected, or not elected, but nominated in this state, Nikki Haley. I think the Democrats aren't good, nor the, like, left in general, are not good at recognizing the right's biggest weaknesses and then honing in on them and focusing on them 100%. I feel like the left is a little bit like the Helldivers 2 player base. Like, if the Helldivers 2 player base just got together and agreed to only play on one single planet on each front, we would complete each planet in a matter of hours and move on to the next one. Matter of hours, move on to the next one. Instead, you've got like tens of thousands of people spread out across every planet available in a sector, or on a front even, while there's like a couple 100,000 people focused on one planet that have gotten with the program. If all those people who haven't gotten with the program got together and just handled it, the Galactic War would be going by a lot faster than it currently is. We'd be seeing that map update way more frequently and be getting a lot more advancements, stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know. Overall, I just feel like it's a little bit like that, you know. If people just recognized that there were a couple main weaknesses that the Republicans and the right have, we could just kind of focus all of our attention on those weaknesses and so much more effectively deal damage to Republican demagogues and politicians politically in this country. Instead, everyone's just like doing their own thing. No one's like focusing on the most important issues. It feels so disjointed. Regardless, all the more reason to get out there to the polls and vote for Biden. Vote blue no matter who. No matter what. That's always what you'll hear from me. Vote blue no matter who. I know it was a bit of a shorter segment, but I hope you guys enjoyed. Did you guys like that segment? Good segment. Nice, nice. Glad to hear you guys liked it. Nodders. Oh boy, one moment. I forgot to delete yesterday's recordings. They're clogging up space. There we go. Nice. Pog. I am so chapstick pilled, chat. It makes it so like my lips would get so dry from talking, and that chapstick helps so much. Oh, you were enjoying the outdoors. That's good to hear. It's always good to get some grass touching in for the day. Glad to hear that. You guys know what to do if you've been enjoying the stream, I hope. Consider leaving a like to train the YouTube algorithm to push my streams, videos, and VODs out in the algorithm to more people. It really does help the channel a lot. It's totally free and just takes half a second. Seriously, consider hitting that like button. I'm actually curious. We've got 240 people watching right now, but only 113 likes. I mean, I appreciate all those likes, but come on, guys. I feel like we can do better than that. That's like, I mean, we've had 1,000 people come through here already, so that's, you know, 1% roughly of people have dropped a like. Or not 1%, 10%. I apologize. I'm not good at math. I'm not good at math, and I'm high. Never claimed to be good at math. Alrighty. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Oh no, guys. I know I feel like the last two topics of this stream have all been pretty much in the same wheelhouse. This one's going to be as well. But I feel the amount of headlines that have hit in the last couple days, I would be remiss not to be covering them, because they're all quite substantial. We got this news yesterday. Truly dystopian. Experts worry Trump's school vaccine plan will spark, and I quote, public health catastrophe. A former lawmaker raised alarms after former President Donald Trump's vow in Virginia to defund public schools that require vaccines. You heard that right. Trump, who has repeatedly vowed not to, quote, give 1 penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate, repeated his call during an appearance in Richmond on Saturday, according to former Republican or Representative Barbara Comstock, Republican of Virginia. Trump said in Richmond that he will take all federal funds away from public schools that require vaccines. She tweeted, quote, like most states, Virginia requires MMR vaccine, chickenpox vaccine, polio, etc. So Trump would take millions in federal funds away from all Virginia public schools. Or, God forbid, they actually give in to Trump's demands and don't require vaccines anymore. I would, it would be so fucked. Like, the amount of anti-vax parents in certain areas would literally lead to mass outbreaks in every red state. Like, we would see huge, we would have to, quarantine off. Like, the blue states would have to... And I honestly think we would see blue states implementing travel bans on red states. Like, if you come from one of those states, you have to, quarantine for 14 days or something. Because you could bring, countless deadly diseases with you from a red state. Isn't that going to be awesome? Like, if Trump wins, every red state becomes, a third world country. Like, yeah, fuck. I went to Alabama and I got fucking West Nile virus or something. I don't know. Like you're literally, it's more dangerous to go to a red state in America than it is to go to wherever it is in Africa that's considered a very high likelihood of getting a disease from a mosquito or whatever. It just straight up, we have to quarantine people, travel bans. It's gonna be like in a prototype game where you've got the red zones. Red zone is gonna mean 2 things at once. Baylor University professor Dr. Peter Hotez wrote, hoping he doesn't really mean it since it would create a public health catastrophe for the nation. Professor Peter Hotez, a MD and PhD, basically is just horrified. Former United States Secretary of Education Arne Duncan posed a question to parents across America asking, quote, is this really what you want for your children? Do you want them going to poorly funded schools with children much more likely to be sick? Only an authoritarian leader would want citizens to be poorly educated and not healthy. Truly dystopian. Dude, this is really, really worrying. Because the fact is, this worked in Florida on a different issue. When they essentially banned the teaching of AP psychology in high schools across Florida, it basically meant that, Florida said, but you can still teach it if you just cut out any teachings that have to do with gender identity. The problem is if you cut that out, it's no longer an all-encompassing education on the topic, and thus no longer acceptable for college credits. So thus a useful class, or useless class to take in the first place. So they've effectively just banned AP psychology. That's just a small-scale version of what Trump wants to do. Trump promises defund schools. Oh. Here we go. Implications for public health and education. Trump's promise to cut funding for schools adhering to vaccine mandates is not only a direct challenge to public health policies, but also a threat to the educational sector's autonomy. This stance exacerbates the ongoing debate around Florida vaccine mandates in schools, with instances of measles outbreaks in states like Florida and Philadelphia, Philadelphia is not a state, highlighting the critical role vaccines play in safeguarding community health. The defiance against federal health guidelines, as seen in Florida's approach under Surgeon General Joseph Lapido, who is not in any way whatsoever qualified for that job, might I add, who believes vaccines are evil and, viruses come you get sick from, like, the humors or something. Yeah, the defiance against federal health guidelines, as seen in Florida's approach under Surgeon General Joseph Lapido, further complicates the nation's efforts to combat preventable diseases, raising concerns about the long-term impact of such policies on America's public health landscape. A divisive political stance with real-world consequences. The politicization of vaccine mandates by figures like Trump has profound implications beyond the realm of public health. It signifies a broader trend of leveraging health policies for political gain, risking the well-being of millions, especially children, in the process. As the nation grapples with the fallout of such divisive politics, the importance of grounded, science-based approaches to public health has never been more apparent. Trump's recent declarations not only jeopardize the strides made in disease prevention, but also underscore the urgent need for rational discourse and policymaking in the face of public health crises. I don't know how to pronounce that word, crises. As the debate around vaccine mandates and public health policies continues to unfold, the implications on Trump's stance serve as a stark reminder of the challenges facing the United States. The potential defunding of schools enforcing vaccine mandates not only threatens to undermine efforts to protect public health, but also highlights the intersection of politics and health policy in shaping the nation's response to preventable diseases. As America looks forward towards the future, the critical question remains, can the nation afford to politicize public health, especially at the cost of its children's well-being? I need to emphasize how horrible this will be and how it's already just beginning, and it's going to get so much worse if Trump gets reelected. Measles outbreak, that's right.
All right, well now
it is happening all over the country.
Health experts are monitoring a measles outbreak.
This is just the most recent example. This is from yesterday.
And local experts are keeping a close eye on cases nearby.
Yeah, doctors encouraging folks to, of course, get their vaccines after a couple confirmed cases come out of the greater New Orleans area. Kelly Hubbard actually spoke with the doctors.
Here, one sec. It's very quiet. There we go.
Find out the symptoms, just how important it is to get the measles vaccine. Callie?
Awooga.
And good morning to you, Matt and Liz. And get this, the FDA says that measles is one of the most contagious respiratory diseases in the world, and it is still common in a lot of different countries as well. It spreads spreads through the air when an infected person coughs or sneezes. Measles normally starts with a fever and then causes a cough, runny nose, and red eyes. People will get
I always felt like measles was one of those things that, like, spreads via skin-to-skin or, like, saliva contact or something like that. You know, I grew up in a time when it was extinct in America. You see, modern-day culture war bullshit has brought back this shit. I thought it was an STD. It definitely sounds like an STD. Measles, yeah. No, it spreads like a cold. Really goes to show the fact that we'd, like, eviscerated measles before. It really goes to show how possible it was to stop COVID, you know? And to, of course, prevent this in the first place. Like, it's not like measles has never been in America before. It ravaged this country for a long time, and America worked hard to get rid of it, and now it's back. I guess Spanish flu and smallpox and polio are next. Dude, can you fucking imagine? We're actually going to see polio epidemics happen. Because of the anti-vaxxers. I really hope it's only the anti-vaxxers getting it. Unfortunately, it's probably the anti-vaxxers' kids. That's the thing. The people really suffering here, overwhelmingly, are children. It's the children that are getting it and spreading it and catching it. And it's the parents who are probably already vaccinated with it themselves when they were kids that are the MMR vaccine that are just basically, without any harm to themselves, hurting their kids, all for a political cause. The anti-vax warriors.
A rash of tiny red spots that start at the head, spreading to the rest of the body. Doctors say that because there is no cure, treatment is really geared toward alleviating symptoms. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, before the U.S. measles vaccination program started in 1963, nearly 4 million people nationwide got measles each year, and of those, about 500 people died.
God, I feel like I need some lotion or something. My nose is, like, dry. The sides of my nose. It's like itchy.
48,000 were hospitalized. The FDA says the U.S. widespread use of the vaccine has led to a 99% reduction in measles cases compared with before.
The fact that we eviscerated this disease from the country for decades, and it just is back now. There's no rhyme or reason why it should be back. It's just anti-vaxxers decided we're not getting vaccinated. We're not letting our kids get vaccinated. We're going to make them suffer with something that rightfully they should never even know exists until they're like teenagers learning about diseases in history class. God. Like it really does upset me that it's kids that are going to suffer for the choices of their parents with this.
Before the vaccination program began, and on the local level, we asked doctors if people are still getting the vaccine like they used to.
Yes, they are not quite as high. We're typically seeing about 93% of children receiving the vaccination currently, which is a little bit of a dip from our previous 95%. And that's what you really kind of need.
This guy is very ginger.
For herd immunity.
And we also talked to an infectious disease expert from Austria. We're going to have more from him coming up on 9 News this morning, guys.
A lot to follow, Callie. Thank you.
Well, that seems to be the end of the video. Regardless, though, I think what's important to point out here is it's all going to be kids that are going to be suffering for the choices of parents here. It's not going to be like adult, conservative anti-vaxxers getting COVID and suffering for the choice of not getting the vaccine. That's a different situation. The MMR vaccine has been like the standard to be vaccinated with and boosted with for decades. Many of these anti-vaxxer parents, not all of them, but many of them are already vaccinated for it. Meaning they are literally, realistically, only hurting their kids, and they have no actual worry, realistically. They're also probably the type of parents that, like, when their kids do get measles, they're gonna be like, get the fuck out of bed. You're not that sick. It's not that big a deal. You're not falling for that liberal propaganda. Don't be a pansy. You're going to school. And then send their little disease vectors straight to school. You know they're those types of parents. You know for a fact that's true. I'm actually curious, if you have parents like that are like not letting you get vaccinated because they're anti-vaxxers, comment down below. I know most of my audience are quite old, but obviously if this was something that happened to you when you were younger, certainly tell me in the comments, I'm curious. Or if you knew anybody who was in that situation, I'd like to hear those stories. I've been reading comments a lot more lately, and I don't know, I enjoy doing it. I've been hearting and liking and responding to a lot more comments lately, and it's an enjoyable pastime. So consider telling me if you've had any stories like that or you know of any. How'd you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Nice segment. Thank you, thank you. Nice, nice. Very good seggy indeed. Let me bring up the topic for the next one. Alright, here's the question, chat. Would you want a chill seggy now, and then a more heated response video segment after that? Or do you want the heated response video now and the chill segment after that? Chill video first or heated response first? I need a chill seggy first. Heated now since I gotta go. Heated segment first. Heat. Blood. Okay, it seems like there's a popular consensus. It seems there is a popular consensus. Slashy, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate that. That's so kind of you. It really does help a lot. Thank you, thank you. Said, excuse me. We need to convince the Gamergate crowd. Republicans want to take away their video games. I mean, Trump already threatened. I do not even think the super far-right crowd that wants porn bans could I assume you're going to continue that. Honestly, that is a good point, and I made a video like that once. Trump outright said, like, a mass shooting that happened was spurred on by video games, violent video games at one point, and early on in my channel, it got maybe 2,000 views. That's how small I was. I had less than, like, 5,000 subs at the time. Less than 10K for sure. I made a video about how Trump attacks video games, and then on top of that, you guys remember that Trump was the guy who, like, put Ajit Pai as the head of the FCC, who then proceeded to axe net neutrality. I haven't kept up with that story, but I remember, like, all gamers were freaking out about that, so I feel that alone should be a good argument for why gamers should not support Trump. Anyway, thank you so much for the $5, Slashy. I really appreciate it. By the way, if you guys like my content, my videos, my VODs, all that good stuff, please consider dropping a like on them. Every single thumbs up basically trains the YouTube algorithm, like AI, into pushing my content out to more people. The higher the engagement rate is, compared to the viewership rate, like the more viewers engage, the higher the rate of engagement is, and it trains the algorithm, and it helps the channel a lot. It's totally free, and it takes half a second, and I don't think you guys realize how much it helps. And of course, if you want to support me even further, you can always donate, subscribe, or gift a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live to support me financially, or support me like that through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, buying merch through the Streamlabs link. Regardless of how you support me, I really do appreciate it, and you can also join my Discord server, where every Friday, alternating each week, we do either a movie night or a watch party, or not, a movie night watch party or a call-in stream. This week it's a call-in stream, so join the Discord so you also get notifications for when I go live and upload. Okay. Did I miss the coverage on the latest news on James Somerton? I haven't seen any news about it. I guess, did his Twitter get deleted? I don't think we have any actual, like, confirmation yet. I'm not talking about this substantially until, we have confirmation. For all I know, the dude is, like, on the verge. You know? I don't want him to kill himself. Well, this is a batshit retarded tweet. Look at this. H-Bomb is a millionaire who, in trying to defend his income streams... What? In no way was that video, like, an attack on people that had, like, there was no response. It wasn't like a response video. Like, whatever. Potentially cyber-bullied a man into suicide. Leftists are ghouls and monsters. Amazing. Schrodinger's rip. Oh. Yeah, H-Bomb did not bully him. I believe the quote from H-Bomb was, if you go out of your way to harass James Somerton, you will not see the light of heaven. I believe that was the quote. You will not see the light of heaven. I'm so glad I left Twitter. Yeah, there's not really much of a reason to still be on that platform anymore these days, I've found. But hey, it is what it is. The site's falling apart. That's where we're at. Let me bring up the next segment. Maybe donate as well. Listen, I'm gonna be a fraction as shameless as your, like, average conservative content creator, grift tuber, or whatever, okay? Hey guys, could you donate? Please, 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 please. There you go. That's only a fraction It's only a fraction as shameless as like the quartering. Schrodinger's sneeze, either it's coming or it happened.
Right now.
Spoilers. Spoilers! Oof. Zan, this hash rip goes out to you. Let's go, Tasty Duckling. I appreciate that. I love it when I hear people are getting high with me. Because you guys know, I'm always getting high on stream. Let's see how big of a hit I can handle right now. Let's see. I'm going to do a little breath training first. My vision's vibrating. I gotta get it all out. I'm mewing. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I was mewing. Oh, that's some real blind, dry mouth. Oh. Guys, I'm fucking stoned from that. God, I can barely string together a sentence. What the fuck? That goes out to you. Who said that? Who said that? Tasty Duckling? That went out to you. Why are you mewing? I'm mewing. Why do I have to have a reason to mew? My friend Stu, who I play Helldivers with, we were playing a really scary game on Helldive difficulty, and we managed to extract with the super samples. And Stu, I just remember him saying, I was mewing that entire game out of stress. And just everyone started laughing. It was a really funny moment. Guys, if James Somerton commits suicide, it's no one's fault but his own. Like, you understand that about suicide, right? Like, if there was an actual bully or person who was, like, actively harassing him, they absolutely are culpable for, like, degrading his mental state. But, as always, like, the blame for suicide is on the person who did the suicide. It's a little harsh of a way to put it, but obviously I'm not going to operate under the assumption that he did it. I just want to make it clear that no one is to blame. Unless, like, they specifically said some horrific shit and encouraged that. Or engaged in direct harassment. They do love doing that, One Piece 34, before they use bad photoshops. Alright. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Oh boy. So we're actually going back in time a little bit with this video. It's a whole 3 months old, I believe. Yes. However, the topic at hand has become a lot more relevant as of late. And the fact that we have Michael Knowles, of all people, almost preempting this court decision in Alabama almost makes me think that maybe the Daily Wire is getting their talking points directly from the GOP. Maybe, but, you know, it's not my place to make up conspiracy theories. All I know is that Chris Ray Gunn and several other old school right-ish kind of, like, anti-SJW YouTubers got offered a lot of money by a conservative organization to toe the line on GOP talking points. Chris Ray Gunn rejected the money, but he says that it's become more and more obvious over the years who did not. Makes me wonder, is that organization the Daily Wire? Is Daily Wire taking money from that organization? Is it just such a large industry with so much money in it, the conservative grift sphere, that, like, they're completely separate, unrelated organizations doing the same thing? It could be either one, could be the option, frankly. Anyway, recently Alabama's Supreme Court had an extremely unpopular ruling. Mind you, this was not a thing that was, voted on, or was a decision by the people. This was a court decision made unanimously, essentially, not unanimously, basically without any say from the people who it's going to affect. Basically ruling that embryos are human lives, effectively banning IVF. Conservatives have desperately tried to argue that's not what it did, but when you look at a video like what we're about to watch, it becomes very clear that conservatives damn well know a policy like that, a decision like that, would effectively ban IVF in the state, and they support that. That was the goal. That was intentional. They're not just they're playing dumb and acting like, no, it's just, we believe embryos are lives. Yeah, right. That means I'm not getting into it. We're not doing that. However, Michael Knowles made a video 3 months ago called IVF and Surrogacy Are Immoral. Are you guys ready to see the mask slip fully off on something that's so unpopular of opinion for the right to have, that even though they've done this in a red state, the Republicans have desperately tried to walk it back? Even Trump has walked it back, and they're pretending as though that isn't what they're trying to do. They aren't trying to ban IVF. Let's watch the mask come off and see what they really believe, not the lies they're telling today to try to save face.
Now, IVF and surrogacy have returned to the news for reasons that we don't have to get into. This is, to me, the clearest example of moral
I wonder what those reasons are.
Confusion, not just in our culture, but even on the right. There are many people on the right, many prominent conservatives, who don't understand why IVF and surrogacy and a market for couples who otherwise can't have children, like homosexuals, to purchase babies, why that is wrong. They don't quite understand it. There's a guy, Richard Haney.
Okay, so we're doing the quartering talking point that, like, adoption is purchasing babies, and that IVF is purchasing babies, like selling children. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, so this is a talking point, much like every other one the right tries to do, where they essentially try to evoke disgust by renaming a thing in a way that sounds technically true. It is not technically true, but sounds technically accurate or true. And thus, just by calling it that, evokes a negative reaction that is itself an argument against, like, it being a good thing. So in the case of adoption, they rename adoption, which is really, if you were to explain what it is, a way in which the state essentially holds on to a child, generally for a time, in like a house or a home or something, like a group home type deal, until there is a suitable guardian that is able to, like, take care of them, and they have the, like, proof that they're capable of taking care of a child. They pass background checks, and then sometimes they get money from the state to have the kid. Sometimes that's a thing. They will rename that to selling a child, selling and buying kids. They will rename using medical technology to take one person's DNA and another person's egg, fertilize them outside of the body, thus creating a viable embryo, and then implanting it into another person to act as the host for the developing fetus. That is somehow, because you pay for the service, buying and selling a baby. It is a renaming, a very, very audacious renaming of a thing to sound as horrible as possible, so you don't need to make an argument for why it's bad. The right does this when they refer to gender-affirming surgeries as chopping off, or butchering, or lobbing off, or slicing. They use these words that are meant to evoke disgust, fear, cringe, because they can't make an argument against these things. So instead, they just describe it in an inaccurate way that sounds, to the layperson, about right. And simply it being a witty, insulting way to refer to it that evokes disgust is enough of an argument, quote-unquote, for people to be against it. It's one of the most effective conservative argument strategies.
Ania, who is I guess you'd call him a right-wing liberal commentator. And here was his, I think, sincere confusion on why conservatives would oppose IVF and surrogacy. He says, let me try to understand the social conservative position on reproductive issues. Abortion should be banned so poor people can be forced to give birth. IVF and surrogacy should be banned to prevent smart and successful people from reproducing. Do I have that right? No, he does not have that right. The reason
I think they were being... I think that person was being sarcastic, but, the left can't meme or joke, so that person must have been serious.
Oppose abortion and IVF and surrogacy is because we believe that people are not property to be purchased and discarded at will.
Really? Really? That's why? People are not property? Why is your entire policy around children and women that they are the property of their husbands and fathers? Like, this guy will literally in his next video argue, effectively by hard implication, that children are the property of their fathers and women are the property of their husbands. Or their fathers until they have a husband. Or should be, at the very least. The idea that they are not against that is not what they are against. Essentially, they have come up with an explanation for their beliefs that sounds as egalitarian as possible. Because remember, we've won the culture war already. The fact is, the left won the culture war a long time ago. The second conservatives had to start lying about not being racist and not being homophobic, like once a certain minority group stops being acceptable to admittedly be bigoted towards, and you have to start using euphemisms, dog whistles, and denying accusations of being racist or bigoted towards that group, what does that mean when they are denying the accusation of that bigotry? They know they are racist. They know they're homophobic and transphobic and sexist. It's oftentimes revealed in DMs that they have in private. Why are they so scared to let the mask slip? There are many reasons. Some of them involve their financial stability with certain companies and stuff like that. There have been banks that have cut off the services of some Nazi figures because they've just gone too far and gotten too big going too far. But broadly, it's the fact that we've already won the culture war. All of the reasons why they have to hide it shows that they are forced into a position where they have to convince people that being bigoted is woke. So much of the conservative talking points try to round about at a base level to the left are actually the real bigots. We've already won the culture war when they have to lie about what they are, because people broadly are already so predisposed to be against what they truly are. And so they have to lie. They have to misrepresent. They have to pretend their beliefs aren't what they really are. Something that we on the left don't have to do. We can be loud and proud and cringe as fuck, screaming our beliefs passionately from the rooftops and making it very clear how much we care about like given topics, even to the left's detriment at times. The right can't do that. Oh, I'm sorry, chat. Oh, the coughs.
That's why. That's what unites those two issues. That's what unites the broader sexual ethic among conservatives. What used to inform the civilization that used to be called Christendom. That is why it's wrong. It's not just the homosexuals who have to recognize it. We'll get to it in 1 second. First, though, when you want to treat your body right, you got to check out Good Rancher.
Oh my fucking God, these people are fucking shameless. Jesus Christ. How much of this is a sponsorship? Okay, it seems the sponsorship ends roughly here.
At the image of two men creating a child through IVF.
I really don't, like, how do I engage with the argument when his argument is that two men being together is evil, and thus they're, like, raising a child is evil? Mind you, like, this is insane. In no universe would Michael Knowles say that it is inappropriate for, say, I don't know, let's say you've got, like, a situation where, like, a 5-year-old kid, 6-year-old, 8-year-old kid, let's say they know their parents, right? Their parents go out for a night at dinner and get into a horrible car wreck. Some drunk asshole just T-bones them and sends them wrapped around a fucking pole, and they're just turned into mush. The parents die, and the kid has, like, maybe a situation like what I have. I have 2 uncles. They're not gay. They're brothers. Although I think it would be even funnier if I just told you guys they were gay. They'd hate that. They'd get really mad, but it'd be funny. But I have 2 uncles, and they're brothers. And, like, let's say in a situation like that, the kid gets, like, adopted by their uncles or just kind of gets passed on because next most suitable legal guardian and raised by 2 uncles. There are tons of situations like that. Grandparents or like a grandpa and like great grandpa, like taking care of like an orphaned kid, that's part of their family. That happens all the time. And while losing a parent isn't ideal, and obviously in this situation no parent is being lost to death, so it's far less traumatic for a kid who's, you know, come from these circumstances that Michael Knowles wants to ban. But in this example, there are tons of people who are raised by 2 women, 2 men, not because they're in a gay relationship, just because of circumstances. Many times they're blood-related family, even. And those people tend to be perfectly fine and well-adjusted. There is yet to be any scientific evidence whatsoever provided that shows that men are not as capable of providing the care and nurturing aspect for children that mothers and women are generally expected to. Just because we have a strong societal bias in favor of women falling into jobs like nursing, teaching, and other caring-related jobs like childcare, does not mean that is a woman-specific thing. Men are just as capable of it. We have just socialized our society more towards that. At a time that was probably more useful, but our society gets more and more functionally egalitarian as time goes on. Like the strength, speed, and whatever other differences between most men and women, it gets less important as time goes by. And so the ideas, the reasons why those social standards existed are starting to fade away, and so those social standards don't need to exist anymore either. Michael Knowles and his entire worldview rely on halting the world's progress.
For the express purpose of denying that child his mother. People recoil naturally. Some people, they consciously recognize why that is so wrong. For some people, it's just...
He's actively acknowledging it. They recoil naturally. He is trying to reword things and make an argument that evokes disgust. It has also actually been scientifically proven, believe it or not, that conservatives, people who vote Republican, literally like have more activation in the disgust part of their brain when they encounter something new. You can you can do brain scans of people, and there are certain parts of our brains that react that light up when we have positive reactions, positive emotions, and there are ones that light up when we experience fear, anger, pain, stuff like that, or disgust. So sort of like what's that? Was that show or the movie called Inside Out? The one with like the people inside the girl's head or whatever, the emotions. You can see the parts of the brain light up, and they've done massive studies on people based on political affiliation and voting status to see how do conservatives react when seeing a new thing. Obviously, many of these things involve people from different cultures, other countries, you know, and even things that are meant to be gross, right? Well, seeing how do lefties or like progressives respond. Progressives don't necessarily have the inability to feel disgust at things or feel weirded out by things that are different, but at an alarming rate, a much alarmingly higher rate, people who vote conservative or tend to lean conservative see massively higher amounts of brain activity in the part of the brain that experiences disgust and fear when they see something new or strange to them. This is the brain chemistry that fundamentally motivates so much of conservative thought and makes so many people so prone to fall for conservative propaganda in the first place, while others are almost immune to it, it seems.
Just a prejudice, and it's a true prejudice. It's called the wisdom of repugnance. We know it's wrong, even if some people can't articulate why.
Great. I don't have to explain why it's wrong. That's fantastic. We made up a word. We made up a word for why something is wrong because it's gross, and we don't have to explain how it causes any harm. It's wrong because it's gross. Absolutely wild. He just outright admits it. Holy shit. Thank you for the W on the silver platter, Michael Knowles.
It's harder for conservatives to understand the problems with IVF and surrogacy more broadly. So it's so clear when it's two guys who go out to look at a catalog and they pick some woman, they're treating women like objects, like commodities to be purchased.
This is not how it goes. Usually they like oftentimes this happens between friends. Like you can literally go in and like be like, hey, like me and my friend here, like she wants to be the person to carry the baby to term. Sometimes it's even a family member of the person who's like usually what it'll be is like let's say you've got a gay couple. It'll be like the sperm from one guy and then an egg from like the sister of the other guy or something. That's happened many times, so that like blood related from both sides of the family can be the case. That's ideal, and then carried to term, like wherever, but you know, generally. That's usually how, not usually how it's done. I won't go that far, but I know many cases where that's how it's done, because it's kind of nice to be able to know, holy crap, they're blood related. The baby is blood related, part of the family on both sides.
And they say, yeah, I want a woman with blonde hair, and I want her to have gone to Princeton, and I want her to work in banking. Ooh, yeah, maybe we'll get a future financier in our family. And I want her to have blue eyes, and I want her... That's obviously degrading and dehumanizing.
I'm going to be really honest here. This is just not something... Reminder, this is only something the right can succeed on banning if they take full unanimous control. There is nowhere near enough popular support for this to ever win as like a policy position for an election. People do not like this. Even Donald Trump walked back the Alabama decision, saying IVF needs to be protected. This is not a popular belief even among Republicans. The only way something like this passes, certainly on a federal, national level, is like the full-on long knives, Trump has taken over, full-on coup has happened in America. There's just, this would never get by. Michael Knowles is basically arguing a point that will never get through to the vast majority of people. As a matter of fact, I'm curious what the like to view ratio is on this one. 19K views. Wow. 19K views and 1.3K likes. It's a decent amount of likes for that many views, but a very low amount of views. It just feels morally wrong, is the top comment. Wow. It just feels wrong, guys. Listen, feels over reels, by the way. Or reels over feels, but also it just feels morally wrong. We don't need to make an argument for why it's wrong, because it's disgusting. That's how that works. Here, I'm actually curious. I wanted to bring this up. Michael Knowles. You guys know the drill. We responded to Michael Knowles.
Thanks.
We responded to Michael Knowles, so we have to watch this.
Buddy? Thanks.
It spoiled it.
I can leave.
There we go. This is Michael Knowles, by the way. This is Michael Knowles.
That was... Wow.
Thanks. Have you not done it with many?
Mind if we don't get into that?
Oh yeah, sure. It's not a lot, is it?
Can I get a towel?
Fucking hell, dude. After hearing Michael Knowles rail against gay people for like 19 minutes, I feel like that clip is a very good palate cleanser. Actually, I'm curious. Comment down below when this video goes out on YouTube if you didn't know that video existed before you watched this video. I feel like at least a fair amount of you had no idea that was a thing before seeing this video, and probably laughed your asses off with confusion and just funniness and being very shocked if you did not know about it. I'm curious how you reacted if you didn't know. Anyway, that's pretty much all I have to say on the matter. Like, Michael Knowles is just arguing an unpopular point that not even his own side agrees with. It's quite funny to watch. All right. I hate how, like, you have to, like, rewind or fast forward from whatever point YouTube saved a video at multiple times, as it, like, fights you. Like, you rewind the video, and then you press play, and it sends you straight back to where you were. You rewind it, press play, sends you straight back to where you were, and the third time, or the second time sometimes, it doesn't do that. But it's so annoying when it does, because sometimes I want to show, like, a friend a YouTube video, and you can leave the video, pause there with the, like, start button, like, the start bar, at 1 second, hit the play button, and it immediately, like, skips forward to a massive spoiler, you know? I fucking hate that YouTube does that. Why does it do that? I'm gonna look that up and see if there's a problem, like, if anyone else is complaining about that. Why does YouTube randomly fast forward a vid I have seen? For the past few days, suddenly fast forwards on its own. It's like 10 times speed, but the sound keeps playing like normal. It goes back to where it started to happen when it... That's not the issue. Basically, what the title says, anytime I play something on YouTube, the first few seconds will fast forward in the audio of it. Okay, so yeah, no one's complaining about it. Fuck me, dude. Why do I even bother? Why do I even bother? Of course it's tech demons. Of course it's tech demons. What was I thinking? I should never have Googled it. Nothing ever comes up. One of my best friends from high school was born through in vitro fertilization, and his dad is a Baptist minister. Cool. Well, hey, if you've been enjoying the stream so far, please, please, please consider leaving a like, subscribe, ring the bell icon if you haven't already. Liking the stream and all my VODs and videos and everything else basically trains the YouTube algorithm into sending my videos out to far more people, really helping the channel a lot in many different ways. So I really, really do appreciate it when you hit that like button. And of course, if you want to support me financially, it really does help to do so, especially in regards to like saving up for the Quail content. If you donate, subscribe, or gift some subs over on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon. You can also support me by buying merch through my Streamlabs link, but regardless, you can, no matter how you support me, I really do appreciate it. And on top of that, you can also support me by, I'm forgetting, joining my fan Discord, where I do weekly events every single Friday, alternating between movie nights and call-in streams. I also do announcements every time I upload or go live there, so join that Discord so you don't have to worry about YouTube not telling you and giving you notifications when I upload. Let me change my camera settings really fast to adjust for the setting sun. The sun do be setting. Alright, let me bring up the next video. Oh, don't you fucking play. Oh, it didn't do the thing that time. Wow. Fuck you, YouTube. I genuinely hate YouTube so much. It's gotten so much worse in so many ways. Oh. Alright. Very quickly, chat, I'm going to take a restroom break. I'm gonna run upstairs and I'm gonna grab a monster. And then when I get back, hopefully we'll have some donos. It would be super based if you guys sent some donos. Money me, please. Money! And then also, after that, we'll be starting our next segment. And I think it's an interesting one. It's not strictly political, which I think is the fun part of the segment, but it has political implications, which will be what most of my commentary is about. So I think you'll find it interesting. It also relates to a place I used to live. Not Florida, but California related. You guys will like it. Good to see I'm inside your walls. Is that the armored titan in your profile picture? I can't tell. Such tiny fucking image. All I see is like white hair and like what looks like the color of the armored titan's armor for the body. So I'm assuming armored titan. Looks like yellow eyes too. What's the logic behind why IVF was banned with treating embryos like humans? Well, basically, what the Republicans do is they make rulings or they make laws that don't, on paper, rule out someone's rights, but effectively do. So in the case of this, they decided that embryos are like people, which means in a recent case where an IVF clinic had a very simple accident where some embryos like got dropped, fell on the floor, and were destroyed, that is now considered to be like the deaths of human children, those embryos that were in vials. And so with that, essentially, like all of these clinics are so concerned about the liability of just even dealing in such fragile cargo, I guess. They are very concerned, and they just aren't offering the services in Alabama. Chill? Chill about what? What'd I do, Circa 111? After the next segment we're going to do, after that, oh, I think you were just saying chill in response to, like, chill, not chill, you know? Anyway, after the next segment, I am going to run upstairs, and I'm going to make myself a pasta, and I am going to eat that while we watch, like, just a chill, fun video, and then I'm gonna try to push for 2 more segments. I'm gonna go for 8 segments today, because we've actually been very punctual this stream. I feel like we can go the distance today, especially because I'm not streaming tomorrow. It's my day off tomorrow, and I kind of want to make this day, I want to make today's stream a long one. Also, can I just say, thank you all so much for the support on the channel lately. A lot of it has to do with my, like, resuming my schedule of 2 streams, or 2 days streaming in a row, then a day off, 2 days streaming in a row, day off, just repeating, as well as the 3 uploads a day. Like, that's been a big part of it. But you guys have also been clicking on and watching and viewing a lot more of my videos than usual lately, engaging a lot more, commenting a lot more, as I've been asking, which I really appreciate, and it has really helped the channel, so I appreciate it a lot, guys. Thank you for the support lately. You guys have been popping off. Keep it up. Zan, I am a true Italian. My diet, I basically have pesto sauce running through my veins at this point. My blood is pesto. Anyway, I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom and grab a monster. All right. Whew. Feeling better and also have a monster. You want to live in a fantasy world? I'm going to be honest, there's a lot of drawbacks to that. Although I will say, I'm happy that they mention in The Hobbit, even in the book, that hobbit holes have plumbing. It's interesting they mention that. That could mean a lot of different things. It could just mean a hole that things go into, but it's kind of implied there's some level of, like, almost like Roman era, like, sewage system that exists in Middle-earth that some societies have access to, or the knowledge to create. So that's nice. That's an up. That's a bonus. And honestly, being a hobbit might be one of the highest quality of lives in Middle-earth, too. Living underground means you can make it be cold during the summer when it's hot out, because you're just underground. Like, you just make there not be heat, and it will get cool. And then during the winter, because it insulates so much heat when you make a fire or anything that puts off heat, you really can just kind of insulate that place and be very well climate controlled. So, like, AC and heat isn't really a necessity. There's implied to be plumbing. Food is just not even a concern if you're a hobbit. They don't really do capitalism in the Shire. It's more of a, like, communal communism type deal, but they do kind of have a market. It's more of like market socialism, the hobbits practice. And like, they have valuables. They sell things, and there are valuable things, but at the same time, they're like a very it's hard to put their, like, economy into words. They trade a lot, and they do have, like, they do trade in, like, the currencies of the local men. I believe it's, would it be Rohan? That's the closest, like, jurisdiction of men, I believe. It's Rohan, yeah. So yeah, they have an economy, and they have money, but, like, they don't really do a thing where they go to work every day. Like, they don't live that kind of life, like, working the horrible life. Bree, I think. Bree would be part of either Gondor or Rohan. Or maybe not. Maybe no. There could just be, like, west of the Misty Mountains, there could just be areas where they're just men that are just not affiliated with either Kingdom of Men, I guess. I haven't really thought about that in a while. Oh, they would be Arnor, you're right. Yeah, everything west of the Misty Mountains and north of that. That's Arnor. Yeah. No, you're right, Cersei. I totally forgot about Arnor. The Rangers, in fact, which I feel kind of got shafted in the movie. Yeah. That's what really sucks. A lot of stuff, I feel, got forgotten by even a lot of big fans, even in, like in the forefront of our minds because of the movies, when there's so much cool shit in the books. And it's hard to, like, separate those two very different stories, because the story we see in the movie at certain points is, like, fundamentally a different story. Obviously, the main points are there, but there's some serious shit that's cut out, and a lot of stuff that's just fun, you know, like Tom Bombadil, the Rangers that Aragorn's friends with. Yeah. Oh, there's a video on Hobbit economics to watch while I eat? Really? Let's go, In Deep Geek! Let's get it! I'll drop a like right away. You see what I do? Chat. I haven't even watched the video yet, and I immediately hit like. That's what I do. I know I like this channel. I'm subbed. I have the bell icon rung. You see? So the first thing I do, I just hit like. I know I'm gonna like the video. And now I am one of the 15,000 out of 386k people that supported this video and boosted it. You could be like me. Be like me. Yeah, Farmer Maggot is actually kind of a Chad. That's the thing. We don't get a lot of that. And then, like, oh man, the journey. You want to know what's a really good way to experience Lord of the Rings? Do you want to know what my last experience, quote-unquote, reading the books was? There's a YouTuber who made a fantastic audiobook reading of particularly The Fellowship of the Ring. I don't know if he's gotten to the rest of them yet. That includes the copyrighted music from the movies. There are lots of re-uploads now. The original is definitely taken down, but the music from the movies and immaculate impressions of the actors' voices from the movies. And the voices of characters that don't appear in the movies are done quite well as too. You know, they can do Lord of the Rings impressions, right? Like, it is the most cinematic. Like, you could close your eyes and picture a movie that is a one-to-one adaptation of the books happening because of the combination of music, voice acting, everything. It is an amazing audiobook. Here's the perfect third part, though, that made it the best. There's a Minecraft server that is fully recreated Middle-earth one-to-one scale in Minecraft, and you start at Bilbo's front door, and you can either take the path to the Lonely Mountain or the path to Mount Doom that Frodo and Sam took. I obviously took the path to Mount Doom, and I walked, just normal Minecraft walking speed, while listening to the story, and I shit you not, there were, eventually I, you know, got way further than Sam and Frodo were, but, I must say, it was really interesting just, like, hearing the music and hearing the audiobook with very good voice acting of, like, the actors that played the characters while walking through this Minecraft recreation of the Shire, on my way to Mordor with shaders on and everything. Oh, it was beautiful. It was such a pleasant, like, calming experience. Maybe this sounds gay as hell, but I swear, if you haven't done anything like this, like, oh man, it is such a nice way to consume the story of The Lord of the Rings. Well, Tom Bombadil just is Ride the Rails. Gay as hell? That sounds rad as hell? That's the same thing. Why do you repeat the same thing twice, Cleaver120? Anyway. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, guys. So as you all know, this has been almost 1 year I have lived in Washington State. Almost a year. I think in March or April. I think it would be April. It will have been 1 full year I'll have been here in Seattle. Or not in Seattle, technically, for a lot of it, but in Washington. So, pretty awesome. However, where I came from was originally Florida, and after that, California. I spent a good 2 or 3.5 years, I think, in Palm Springs. And it was a pretty nice place to live. It was hot, it was a desert, but it was also quite beautiful. I have to admit, stepping out my front door at that apartment I lived in Palm Springs, I think it's been doxxed now because of that, like, bullshit lawsuit thing that happened. You guys remember? Like, stepping out the front door and just, like, seeing that mountain, Mount San Jacinto, like, just sort of looming over the entire town of Palm Springs was always such an amazing thing to wake up to in the morning because it was always reflecting this golden yellow sunlight if you got to wake up early enough to see it. During the winter, it's covered in snow, so it's, like, bright and glistening in the morning, and in the sunset. It's just so beautiful. It's a very pretty place. I really loved Palm Springs, and I definitely plan to visit there again and do a lot of cool exploring. One of the places I went to a couple times while I lived there, but never got to make a video about. I always wanted to do like a vlog type video here, but once I get a good camera for doing quail content, thank you for the donos, by the way, you know, just kind of, I'm just preempting, you know, I'm thanking you guys in advance for the donos. Once I get a proper camera, this is definitely going to be on the table, but there is a place near Palm Springs that is quite neat, and I feel like you guys will find it quite interesting. Do you guys remember Chaz, or Chop as it was called? That sort of like hippie commune, like they were growing plants and doing like their hippie thing trying to have like a socialist commune in the middle of like Seattle. That was pretty cringe and bad for a variety of reasons. People obviously ended up getting hurt. It was obstructing a lot of people's daily life who lived in that area. It was also not the best of optics. Like, I literally have to explain what that was in like a very, okay, so that wasn't good, but also let me cut through like the misinfo that's tried to make it sound even worse than it really is. Like, even when talking to some friends. So imagine something like that is permanent, has existed for decades, exists in the middle of the fucking desert, far away from everybody, far away from any civilization. There are no laws or rules. The police rarely even come out there. It's a very long way for them to come out even anyway, if they did. It's essentially its own self-sustaining shantytown. That's right, we're talking about Slab City. I was sent this video by Ryan Toomey that came out a month ago. Wow, this is recent. It's crazy seeing like recent attention brought to things that I was really like familiar with from like real life. Like seeing a lot of attention brought to Wikiwachi and Rogers Park by like diving in like scuba YouTubers like Doll MYD and Jiggin with Jordan. Like these are places I grew up at. Hell, I worked at Wikiwachi Springs, and now they're like super viral now because of these YouTube videos, which A, kind of ruins them a little bit because they end up getting polluted a lot. Like they recently banned boating on, or they banned swimming on, and having drinks with you on the river because they don't want people littering and they don't want people getting in the way of boat traffic on the river. And mind you, this is like a narrow river, like at its like widest, it's maybe twice as wide as my like room here, and it's like quite deep at some places, but it's crystal clear blue. It's like, it's a spring-fed river. It's beautiful. But I love seeing these places go viral. But yes, we're talking about Slab City. Inside Slab City, the lawless city in the desert, last free place in America. I have not seen this video yet. It has had that nickname for quite some time, the last free place in America, the lawless city, the city with no laws. Technically not true, but functionally true most of the time. Things aren't perfect here, but I do think it's a pretty good example of a Chop/Chaz-like thing that doesn't really do anything to hurt anybody like that did, and thus can't really, like, harm the optics of the left. So I find it just interesting to take a look at. Because I must admit, for while as low as the quality of life generally is for the people here, they're quite smart. You're gonna see some pretty cool shit.
What brought you out here?
City life just ain't for me.
Having an opportunity.
Was that a fucking, like, what is it called? A wigwam?
What brought you out here?
City life.
This is like cardboard, plywood, paper, sheets, a fucking bicycle wheel. This is some kids next door level shit. This is what I'm talking, and a fucking sliding glass door. This guy built a house like it's Minecraft out of scrap. This is some Stranded Deep shit. This feels like Life is Strange 2. The little, like, shanty town you stop in Life is Strange 2 out in the desert is based off of Slab City. It just is Slab City. Like, that is supposed to be Slab City. It shrunk down and, like, a little underrepresented in a way, but that is just supposed to be Slab City. They just don't call it that. Like, Arcadia Bay from the first Life is Strange game is based off of a real town with a different name. It's like, it's a lot of games and properties do this where, like, they basically one-to-one create a real place, but then give it a different name for, like, flair.
Just ain't for me.
Having an opportunity to do the things that I really want to do and not having anybody tell me.
That is a Velociraptor statue.
Laws saying you couldn't feed the homeless.
Every single person I've talked to has been one of the friendliest, welcoming people that I've ever met in my entire life. It's been quite the experience walking around here, meeting everyone, and just seeing the culture and the art that's...
I've shown videos of tours of this place before, but it was like years ago. Like, the people here are generally quite progressive. Or at the very least nice. There are some weirdo chud, like, conspiracy theorist whack jobs there for sure, but they're at least nice. There's definitely some people there that are, like, maybe kinda a little bit ticking time bombs mental health wise as well. But, like, generally speaking, you walk up to somebody and say, hey, can I take a tour of your house? They'll be like, yeah, let me give you the tour. And it's, like, very clear that they've got things set up because they regularly have to give tours like this. Like, it's almost like a side business, and they'll sometimes receive tips. It's generally nice to give a tip, because, like, come on. These people are effectively homeless, some of them by choice, some of them not so, but they're making the most of it. They have basically built a city, a shanty city of junk that has become treasures out here in the desert. It is so cozy and cool.
It's out here.
Well, it's the last resort for a lot of people.
This place is incredible, just so unbelievably interesting. But all this stuff is just built by people who are living out here, most of which for free. So I realized last night, after I pulled one of these out, that I didn't get small trash bags. I got super large.
I don't think it'll ever get gentrified simply because the quality of life out there is just so, like, maybe if people just start pulling up with RVs and tiny houses that are, like, fully self-sustaining and, like, they've got, like, Wi-Fi and fucking Starlink, it'll ruin it. But I feel like we're a while away from that because right now, like, there's no infrastructure for literally, like, tens of miles for electricity, water, sewage, anything. This is not built on a body of water or any geographical location that makes sense for a city. The closest body of water is the Salton Sea. If you know, you know. And it is quite far from the Salton Sea anyway, so it's not like practically built on the... And the Salton Sea didn't exist when... Yeah, anyway, regardless. This truly is just a like, Fallout city. Like a Fallout New Vegas city in the middle of the desert. Like 25 to 30 minutes away from Palm Springs.
Ones, which is kind of annoying because I only have a small trash can, but whatever. I'm taking out the trash right now. And if you guys can't tell by the noise, we are in an OHV area, which means off-highway vehicle area. Totally free campsite with some great views of the mountains.
Nice.
There's actually a couple little kids on their dirt bikes.
Oh, I know where this is.
And all...
Yeah, I actually know where this is. So I believe, and I may be wrong, but I believe directly on the other side of the road here, there's like a long path. And you have to walk down a very long walkway, and there is a viewing observatory where there is just a bunch of sand dunes. Is this a segment? Yes, it is. As a matter of fact, allow me to show you what I'm talking about. I'm not bullshitting. Palm Springs. You can see it from Google Earth easy. I really wanted to go to these sand dunes, and I never did. I really wanted to go see these sand dunes in real life. Oh, I feel so bad. Oh. Okay. Making sure Google Maps doesn't, like, show my address on screen or some shit. That'd be pretty embarrassing if I doxed myself like that. Okay, I think we're good. Anyway, here's Palm Springs. Pretty cool. Here's Mount San Jacinto. I lived here in Palm Springs. Very cool. If you take the 10 down southeast, you follow the Salton Sea. Eventually you get to Bombay Beach. Ooh. You get to Bombay Beach, and this is like a abandoned town right on the Salton Sea. This gives you an idea of what the Salton Sea is like. Notice how that looks like cartoon... like waste. It looks like cartoon. It looks like the pond or like the lake from The Simpsons that Mr. Burns' factory dumps into. Just imagine the smell. I don't have to imagine it. I've smelled it. I can remember it. You will never forget what this smells like. Anyway, if you go down further south, I may be wrong about where he is, but here. These are the dunes. And that's the border right there, United States-Mexico border. But here are the dunes. Check this out. Wow. I thought maybe he was at this... I don't know. Yeah, I don't think he is at this place. I thought maybe he was at this rest stop here on the dunes, but this is where I really wanted to go, and I never got to, but it's literally miles and miles and miles of dunes. I thought they filmed Dune here for a sec, but people were like, nah, they filmed it in the Middle East, which makes more sense. But yeah. You could reenact a scene out of Dune here. Easy. Like, it's big, too. I mean, it's a big strip of it. Like, you can tell, but it's because all the sediment in this valley all pulled up here into these big sand dunes. I wonder what all these are. I guess these are technically parks, but it's all just a big... That's crazy. Yeah, go there and mine spice, motherfucker. Anyway, I guess he's probably not there because these would be dunes and not, like... Yeah, but regardless...
All these RVs in a circle are probably all toy haulers and have side-by-sides and 4x4s in them, and then they take them out there on this public land, rip around on them. These usually aren't the most ideal campsites because they are kind of loud, but most of these people can get here till this morning, so it's not too bad. And places like this are completely free. I can stay here for up to 30 days completely free.
It's neat.
And they've got flushable toilets. And the best part, which is where we're going right now.
This is a good part of, like, if you want to go to a neat place just to, like, road trip around a general area and see a lot of very different, varied environments and cool places, a lot of them, like, weird, off the beaten path stuff like Slab City, the Coachella Valley is a good place to go for it. There is so much cool shit in the Coachella Valley. It felt like living there felt like I was in like a video game map. Like it always felt like I was discovering some new POI that was interesting. And like the geography is interesting and like very, there's a lot of landmarks. Like I never needed a GPS on my phone to like get around the city when I'd walk around. Because I could use Mount San Jacinto and, like, the patterns on the rocks and, like, what the mountain looked... Because I know how the mountain looks from home. I could use how the mountain looks to me to navigate my way home. Like, how's the mountain look? Ah, my house is way that way because I can see that bit of the rock is... Yeah, okay. And I would literally use the mountain and what face I am seeing it from to know where to navigate around town. It's very cool. It's a very cool place.
Now, nice hot.
I'm actually going to skip ahead a bit so we can get... He like, makes himself breakfast and stuff, but I'm going to skip ahead to when he gets to Slab City. But the first place he goes is the entrance to Slab City, which is called Salvation Mountain in East Jesus, which is, like, the name of part of Slab City.
The most recognizable and famous spot in this area, Salvation Mountain, which... I don't really know how to describe it.
I've been here. I have multiple days I went here and have photos there.
God is love. And a giant cross on the top.
Dude, okay, hold on. Let me rewind it a sec. That thing right there, you can't tell, but all that is hollow. I don't think we see it in this video, but all this is hollow. This was built around a tree. You can see the branches sticking out. So basically imagine, like, this is all like a hollow cave surrounded by, like, held up by a tree, like a bare, dead tree. It is so trippy and cool inside that, like, man-made papier-mâché painted cave. It's wild. This is made of papier-mâché, pretty much, and then painted, like, on top of a mound of dirt to create, like, an artificial mountain.
With the message, God is love. And a giant cross on the top of it.
All this was started by a religious guy out in the desert, probably tripping balls on
rain over the past few
like
days,
psilocybin or DMT.
Kind of falling apart. I don't know if you can see it over there. Are you the caretaker for?
Or acid?
What's the story behind it?
Leonard started this project in 1984.
Leonard is the builder?
He's the builder. He did everything you see here. All the vehicles, the mountain, the flower bed, the museum.
Okay.
He built everything here.
And it's all closed off right now because of the rain?
It's closed off because of the rain.
Are you still building it up or
No,
just kind of maintaining?
Just maintaining it.
Sad you can't see inside
Passion,
right now.
One man's work. It'd be the same as trying to add on to the Mona Lisa. You can't do it.
Is that stuff I hear off in the distance? Is that the military?
Yeah.
Range? The bombs
Yeah, this is
going
in GTA 5 as well, yeah.
Up there in the chocolate
Like, I wasn't joking when I tell you guys I lived in GTA 5's map. I lived in GTA 5's map, and playing through that game, I was constantly impressed with how accurately... There was some, like, geographical jumbling, but, like, effectively... how, like, accurate the POIs were. Like, I felt like I was in a recreation of where I was living in a video game, and it was quite bizarre. I'd never felt that before. The closest I'd ever felt to that was the tiny tip of Florida you could access in Assassin's Creed 4, which was not very Florida-like, to be honest. I was disappointed by that. I was hoping Florida would be, like, a fully explorable area, and it was not. It was just a tiny little island, like a tiny little key island.
They still fire weapons, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, GTA 6 is just going to be you guys getting to finally see my culture. Dude, okay. Guys. I shit you not. I shit you fucking not, dude. On one of my social medias where I still follow, and they follow back, like my old classmates and swim teammates, one of them like posted like a memory image from like 4 years ago or something like that, where it's her at the beach doing the exact pose of the girl in the Stars and Bars bikini in the trailer going, or whatever. And I was just like, I wish I was streaming right now. Obviously, I wouldn't dox my classmate, but I was like, I wish I was streaming right now, because I literally made the argument, like, when I lived in Florida, this is literally what all the women there are like. That clip there is a depiction of what all the Southern girls in Florida are like, and it's fantastic. It's fantastic. I don't like that pose, down to that pose. I don't know why, but like they must have had some sort of like person who knew, okay? Because that pose is just popular with the like Southern girls in Florida for some reason.
Yeah, I read about that online. That you.
It's an accurate game. I'm excited. I'm excited to see my culture represented. Like, you can say as much as you like that representation in games doesn't matter. I'm finally feeling myself represented in a game, and I'm happy.
You can hear the bombing range from here.
Yeah, we got not lightning, but light shows sometimes at night.
Oh, you can even see them?
Apache helicopters firing down at the crew.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
They have tracer rounds.
How long have you lived here?
6 years.
6 years?
There's a lot of shooting ranges and army bases out here in the desert. Around there. Doesn't surprise me you can hear bombs going off just out in the middle of the day.
I've been volunteering for the mountain for around 4.5.
That thumping sound you just heard was bombs going off at a military base miles and miles away.
Awesome. What made you come out here? If you don't mind me asking.
My wife. My wife and the laws kept changing in Florida. We had a small
This bit's interesting. He mentioned this earlier. This bit is really interesting to me.
Surrounds.
How long have you lived here?
6 years.
6 years?
I've been volunteering for the mountain for around 4.5.
That's awesome. What made you come out here? If you don't mind me asking.
My wife. My wife and the laws kept changing in Florida. We had a small restaurant and a lawn tree service business. The state passed laws saying you couldn't feed the homeless.
Oh, really?
And I used to feed the homeless every Sunday out of my restaurant. And
is that true, dude? Can people fact check that? Did they legit pass a law in Florida that made it illegal for restaurants to feed the homeless? That sounds right. I feel like the justification would be like, we don't want to encourage homelessness in our towns. Yeah, they did. God, they're so evil. They're so evil. And you know what they say right after? The left wants to send money to Ukraine while homeless veterans are on the street. God, they're such evil pieces of shit.
One day I was delivering food to a security guard that worked in one of the banks. And when I come back, I got 26 tickets handed to me.
So you think that's kind of what brings most people out here, is just the freedom of it?
I think the freedom brings people out here, the lack of bills that you have to pay. If you brought an RV out here and you parked right there across the street.
Chat, did you notice the color scheme of that bench? That is the exact hex code, too. That's a Ukraine bench right there. That's a Ukraine flag bench. Base.
People out here, the lack of bills that you have to pay.
It's the exact blue and yellow.
If you
like
brought
down to
an
the
RV
shade.
out here and you parked right there across the street and you made a little encampment for yourself for the winter time, it doesn't cost you anything. I mean, the only thing you have to pay for is your own power and your own water.
Mm-hmm. And you never get bugged by
nobody.
Law enforcement or anything?
Law enforcement don't bug you. They'll come by. I get law enforcement that bring donations to my...
Like, legitimately, it is unironically like a 20-minute drive or more. Like, I think the fastest a cop car, like, would be reasonably able to go, like, assuming they're racing to get there because someone's, like, bleeding out. Like, they could maybe get there in 15 minutes if they're flooring it. And that's assuming there's no traffic, like it's midday or the middle of the night. There's traffic sometimes on that main road you take to get a lot of the way here out of the city. So, like, the authorities just don't go out there. It truly is effectively lawless. The only law there is pretty much what is enforced by each other. If a fight breaks out, it's going to get broken up by the people, and how that's handled is going to be dealt with by the people. If you're not welcome there anymore, they will exile you. And what are you going to do if they exile you? You can't stop them from tearing down your fortifications or whatever and, like, destroying everything you have and making you leave because you're, like, a disruptive or piece of shit or violent or abusive to people. It's essentially a bit of like a low budget, extremely low budget trial run of much of the ideas that like Chaz or Chop was supposed to kind of accomplish. But out here, it's not interrupting anybody's lives, and it's also acting as a massive viral, like cool novelty place to check out and learn about. It's cool.
My camp is a very big camp, and it's well known, and therefore they end up bringing.
Oh yeah, Kitty the Atheist. We'll find out what happens.
Okay. And those donations I pass out to people who need it in the slab.
That's awesome.
Hope he's
How
alright,
big
too.
is this place? Because I know on the map it's like you got the main slab
8,000
city up there, 8,000 acres, and what is it? Is it BLM land?
BLM and Teachers Association and the Mendoza
BLM in this case does not mean Black Lives Matter.
family.
Well, I appreciate you. Thank you again. So it sounds like they have a couple rotating caretakers that come out here and not necessarily maintain the mountain, but just keep people off so it doesn't get any more destroyed than I guess it currently is. And it's interesting, if you look online, this was made by one man, Leonard Knight, over a 20-year period, one handful of mud at a time. And essentially what it did was he used hay bales mixed with mud, plastered them on, and then painted over them with like 17 layers of paint, and then ended up with this. And I guess
Not paper mache, my bad. Kind of like paper mache. Essentially, like the same type of plaster that you would make like a mud hut from.
you used to be able to go up in there, but
Quite
rain's
sturdy.
made it a little bit too dangerous. I also sat there and I was talking to him for a while, and I didn't get a lot of it on camera, but he told me that this is actually where Leonard Knight lived for 25 to 30 years.
Wow.
In the back of this truck while he built out that mountain.
That is van life. Fuck off with these like YouTubers with their high-tech vans that their parents made them that have like internet and built-in flat screen TVs built into the side of their little like bed they've got. Yeah, like this is van life right here. Holy shit.
And so he was kind of a OG van lifer. Pretty crazy to think
Yeah,
that someone lived in
exactly.
this for 30 years in 120-degree heat in the summer and sometimes below 30
Yeah, van lifers wish they could be him.
in the winter with holes in the walls.
Exactly.
And
He chose
and
he
no
chose that.
insulation. I don't know how
He
well you can
chose
see that
no
because of the bed
insulation.
back.
Well, to be fair, he lived out in the desert. Like it does get quite cold, and that's why there's like this little room here he could close off into for a little bit more warmth and insulation. But like sometimes you want to sleep out here and let the wind blow through because it's hot. You want shade and you want wind blowing through because it's hot as fuck and you don't have AC.
Back there, a couple benches, a lot of paint. But yeah, I think it's time to get out of here and go somewhere else. My goal today is
This
to
isn't
meet a
even
bunch
the
of
cool
people
part.
and kind of see what life is like living here in Slab City. And he told me one place I got to check out is East Jesus, so we'll head over there at some point before we leave today. See
This
the
is
art.
East Jesus. You're at the entrance
So I
to
think
East
the best
Jesus.
way that I'm going to be able to meet as many people around here is to kind of walk around on foot and just see who I run into. Obviously within reason. He said some of the people around here are extremely friendly and some of them
Well, the heart
obviously
just said
came out
Bible.
here for a reason, for the privacy. So we'll kind of be wary of that. But I think before I get out and walk around anywhere on foot, I'm going to drive
I think this is a
myself
van
around
life
and get a lay of the
YouTuber,
land.
yeah.
All right, so I just put over on the side of the road again because there was another welcome
There's the little
sign.
thing.
I
So
was getting
yeah,
some shots of that,
the
but also-
slabs were. So this was originally a military base. So if you're wondering what that is, it's basically the
We'll kind of
military
be wary
guard
of that,
post
but I think
checkpoint.
before I get out and walk around anywhere on foot, I'm going to drive myself around and get a lay of the land.
So like where you'll like it originally was just a bunch of like slabs that acted as foundations for what was gonna be a bunch of military housing, and like a test site, training barracks, all that good stuff. But it all got discontinued, and they just left the slabs out there, and that acted as the literal foundation for that. That was the Inspiration Summer Star. It acted as the literal foundation, or this was the Inspiration Summer Star. It acted as the foundation for what they built here. So this thing here is that famous painted like military checkpoint from the old days. It was one of the first things they built for during the construction was the checkpoint. No one passed this point.
All right, so I just put over on the side of the road again because there was another welcome sign.
And it's been
I was getting some
transformed
shots
into
of
a
that, but
sign
also
of
this
welcome.
house right here is so amazing. It's like a rusty metal igloo. This is your project? This is amazing. It's like a metal igloo. How long did?
Thought about it like that. Yeah, 'cause it is.
What's
Jesus
your name?
Christ, this guy's a hippie.
DNA. Nice to meet you. I'm Ryan.
DNA, hell yeah.
So how long have you been working on this?
Oh, I started it actually a
Bro's
year
making
ago, and I
robots.
took a break from it. We just picked it up the past month or so.
You build these sculptures too?
Yeah, that's what I really like to do.
Those are awesome. Yeah, I really like that small one.
And it's all out of slab steel.
He has built a scrap metal house around his RV. Like, this dude started out with nothing but an RV and was like, you know what? I need a house expansion. And so he literally welded. It seems like he welded it. Like, built. Like, this is actually skilled labor here. Welded together a metal building around the front and made a new door so that his RV is basically a room now. Which is how most of these people build. They start with like a base thing and they build onto it until eventually they built a labyrinth of like makeshift, surprisingly nice home. And we're going to see some cool shit in this video. You'd be surprised what people are willing to do for themselves even if they're not getting paid for it.
The trash, basically.
And
so
for
you find all this metal just out here?
A lot of this stuff was either salvaged and much of it's donated by other people. Like, a lot of them will help each other out.
Yeah, from burnouts and stuff like that. All the insulation in this thing is used out of the mattresses and the
Look at that.
Cushions and stuff like
Wow.
that. We packed all that in for insulation.
Using branches as like support beams.
Closing it up in here.
This is incredible.
We have a chimney in the center there.
Fire pit here.
Yeah.
This is.
Oh my god. The wheel that's like a grate for the chimney. Is the bicycle wheel. Dude, this guy's got a this guy definitely watched Codename Kids Next Door. He's got a mind for this type of shit.
It's gonna be incredible.
The trees aren't really structural, but they're just anchored in later. But
they're just there for
structure
flair.
itself holds itself. This all built out of pallets.
Okay.
Pallets.
And I added a few long boards over the center for it.
And then you plan on this is gonna be where you're living?
No, this is actually going to be like a little store, restaurant /
Okay.
a cool room for the summer.
Yeah, definitely.
Since it's insulated, we're going to put an air conditioner.
There are multiple actual restaurants here, by the way. Like, there's a place that's literally a bar. Like, straight up, go in. It's not too different from this. You sit down. They literally have a fridge, and, like, you buy a bottled beer, you drink. Yeah, there are literally people running their own little businesses. Like, straight up. This place, if you're a Fallout New Vegas fan, you will literally cream for this place. I'm not even joking.
Here and I'll close this all off as well.
You got a name for the restaurant yet?
I think Pete's calling it the Last Resort. I'm building this
The Last
for him.
Resort? That's a good name. I like that name.
Well, it's the last resort for a lot of people.
Yeah, that's fair. What, if you don't mind me asking, what brought you out here?
Yeah, the city life just ended for me.
City? That's what I've been hearing. I was speaking to another guy down at the Salvation Mountain. He said the same thing. Just
what is
too many
happening?
regulations.
You know, the individual, like the person like you and me, we get along fine probably. As soon
Yeah.
as you get an organization going on, it seems like it gets out of control really quick and it gets to be a problem.
Yep, I agree. I'm the same way.
Where they're suppressing somebody else to step on it.
Well, I appreciate you taking me in here. Let me...
All these people are like super libertarians. None of these people are LARPing. They're living it. They're not live action role playing. There's nothing role play about this. They're just living the libertarian, no government, no like economy, no market. Just they're doing it. They're just out there doing it for themselves. They made it happen.
let me get a view of the place.
Yeah.
This is incredible. I can't wait to see how it looks when you're finished with it.
Yeah, it's gonna probably have murals painted in the inside.
Are you an artist, like a painter as well?
I do that. Do use that medium. Mainly lately, I've been with like metal and metal sculptures. Like what I've been doing.
Yeah, those ones out there are amazing. I like that one a lot. That one's so cool.
And I sold a couple of them. My mom even bought a couple of them. This doesn't really count. But
You got any smaller ones? That'd be-
over a dot.
My mom bought a couple. Doesn't really count though. It kind of reminds me of like YouTuber who's like, I've got 5 views of my video. 2 of them are from strangers. 2 of them are from my friends. And then one of them is from my mom. That one doesn't really count.
I got a couple things.
Dots is Dots another person that lives around here?
Another camp. This
Oh,
guy's
wow.
got crushed, but he was
These are some really cool pieces. Well, this is awesome. Appreciate it.
I like using the watch faces for like the eyeballs of the dragonfly.
Where is Dots?
Dots is right there before East Jesus.
Okay.
She's the camp. You'll see Dot, House of Dots.
Another person to check out.
Oh
talk to?
yeah, I know who that is. I've seen that lady in real life. Here, let's skip ahead a little bit so you can see some of the other cool stuff, because we are running a little long into this segment, and I really want you guys to see how cool this place is.
Into the public, but seems to be closed off right now. Yeah, it says under construction up there, but I just looked it up online. It was built
Look at
by
this.
Dr. Spencer William Brown, acupuncturist, herbalist, sex therapist.
Sex therapist,
I don't know
hell
if
yeah.
he's still around, or if he's in there, if he's out, but
Bro built a fucking tower. You see that? That's literally made out of, like, this reclaimed wooden shit. It's got barbed wire on it. This guy's got, like, support wires and shit. This guy's building a compound. Look at this. This guy's building a fucking compound. This is one of the highest... This guy's got money. This guy's, like, actually... Like, if this place is getting gentrified, this guy's doing... He's got an address.
pretty crazy structure. Built out here in the desert with, I'm guessing, no major machinery. But yeah, little gift shop. Pretty cool. All right. Hopefully we don't get sidetracked again. I think now I'm just going to follow these signs out over the...
He's in the part of it that's, like, all spread out. The, like, most famous part of it is, like, very dense. He's, like, on the outer edge of it.
Just doing this. Someone's cooking something.
Yeah, here's the slabs.
How's it
These are the
going?
slabs.
What's going on? How you doing? Good.
That's what they're walking on.
Is this the internet cafe? Awesome. Is this your bike shop over here? Yes, it is. What did you say your name was? Sorry?
Charlie Porter Bike.
Internet
Charlie Porter
cafe,
Bike
that's
Guy?
crazy.
Yeah, Brian. Very nice to meet you.
I guess he's got Starlink.
I'm just walking around trying to meet as many people as I can.
Coffee in the morning, man, at the Oasis. Great place to meet people.
Coffee at the Oasis in the morning?
Yes.
What time?
They start at 7 o'clock.
So yeah, this is the internet cafe.
Enter if you
Got a
dare.
bunch of seats, tables. Come here and get some work
This is what I was telling you about.
Pretty cool. Also, they got cats. How long have you been living out here, if you don't mind me asking?
There's babies.
6 years? And this is what you do full time out here, is just fix bikes?
Every day.
Is that how most people get around out here, is bikes?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I take my job very serious for me.
He's the town mechanic. He's the town mechanic, and he runs an internet cafe.
Some people got to get water. I mean,
Yeah.
you got to do every day. If you plan on coming and just laying around, I don't think that's going to work out too good. We're just like any typical neighborhood. Up here, we have a police.
They're not lazy. See, he's explaining it. They're not lazy. They're not just sitting on their asses getting high or whatever. They're trying to make a functioning city, and they've done so quite successfully. They have a functioning society out there. They've got an internet cafe. They've got bars. They've got restaurants. They've got fucking a mechanic that can fix up bikes for them, because they get around using bikes most commonly because it you know, free. No need for gas or anything. It takes real work to keep this place running. It's run by hundreds of people who live there by choice and have built this. And a lot of them spend a lot of time making art, too. A lot of what you're going to see just speckled around everywhere are art made out of what many would consider trash, but they consider treasure. This place is the definition of one man's trash is another man's treasure.
Is that how most people get around out here, is bikes?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I take my job very...
This seems like the kind of place that isn't real, you know? Like, you would never think a place like this is actually real. It just seems like something from movies or video games, but it's a real place. And it's honestly cooler than it is depicted in fiction.
Very serious for me. Some people got to get water. I mean,
Yeah.
you got to do every day. If you plan on coming and just laying around, I don't think that's going to work out too good. We're just like any typical neighborhood. Up here, we have a police force, and it's us.
Yeah, I heard about that online, that you guys burn
Self-policed.
down the houses if you find out they've been...
Well, we're trying to
they're
get them to
pedophiles?
stop that. There's no sense in burning up the resources.
Yeah.
To run them out of here,
Yeah,
man,
just
to keep their
Get
They find out someone's a pedophile and they run them out of town. They used to burn down their houses if they found out someone was a pedophile in Slab City. I guess now they're stopping the burning because they don't want to burn the resources, so now they're just going to tear it down and kick them out. Keep their shit. You're not welcome here. Self-policed. No death penalty. No imprisonment. Just get the fuck out of our community. We don't want you here. You don't get to be a part of our society. Like, say what you want. I know this is very, like, a crude version of it for sure, but, like, I've had SDL on stream, for example, to talk about this. A self-policed, sort of community-based militia made up of the people that live in the community. There doesn't need to be, like, strict, rigid laws and patrolling police and stuff like that to have a relatively crime-free life, you know?
them out. Yeah.
Right?
You take care of your own out here?
Here, everybody knows everybody in some form or another. The bad people just stealing people, and we got that problem too, because we got a problem with blue pills.
What is that? Is that meth?
No, blue pills, it's like a downer.
Downer?
I mean, I'm on
Xanax?
Okay.
I love how he says that, like, I'm on meth. I love that. Yeah, no, they're definitely all on drugs, but they're mostly on uppers. They do the downers for when they're doing art, and they do the uppers when they're doing work. A lot of these people are on drugs, obviously. When there's no laws and there's no, like, rules, obviously they're not criminalizing drug use. What do you, cringe? What are you, a liberal?
All of us are on some type of drug. Yeah, brother, there's more good than there is bad here.
Yeah, that's what I've been hearing.
If this is your first time here up front around 4 o'clock, Wrangler's Roost.
Wrangler's Roost? Is that the restaurant place?
Yes.
Okay. How do you maintain in the heat?
I mean, whatever you heard, just add a little bit more to it.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it's that bad. I won't pull no
It is
punches
hot.
with no, it's bad.
Yeah.
It's hot. 125 degrees.
Yep.
If I got gas, I run my generator, but
I remember one time I showed the temperature, like you guys could see the temperature that was like displayed on my like bottom right thing there on my Windows bar when I lived in Palm Springs. It was 123 degrees out, and you were like, Zan, what the fuck? Is your thing bugged? And I was like, nope, that's how hot it is here today. You guys were like, what the fuck? Yeah, no, it's in the 120s today. That's just how it is during the summer in Palm Springs.
try not to run it too much, because if you run it, man, you're just gonna blow it up. But yeah, I got an AC, but I'm more avid of hot weather than I am cold weather.
Yeah, same. I'm kind of the same way. So everyone.
I think this is, I don't want to like watch the whole thing and take the thunder away from this original video. I want you guys to go check out the original video itself, obviously. But I really feel like this was good and worth covering because I just think it's so neat. What the fuck is that even in C? I don't know. I can't do that conversion for you. I'm sorry. You can convert that with your Google. I'm streaming. Anyway, yeah, I just think a lot of you guys might find this interesting because I feel like it's a better display of a sort of communal gathering, like an attempt at a commune, pretty much. Way better so than that of like Chop/Chaz, which ended up being something that I feel lefties are going to have to answer for embarrassedly for a very long time. When it comes to just, yeah. I really like this. I like it a lot. I hope you guys find this interesting, or at least as interesting as I did. Alrighty. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Good seggy. Alright.
How did the Hobbit
Wait, alright. Okay, I'm going to go use the restroom, and then I'm going to put some food in the microwave, some pasta. I'm gonna come back down here, give it 4 minutes to heat up, and then I'll run back upstairs to go grab it, and then I will eat, and we will watch this video about how the Hobbit economy worked while I eat, because I am genuinely curious, and I have not seen this video before. I don't know, like, the ins and outs of it. I know they traded. I know that things had value, technically, like, monetarily, and they used money. But it wasn't, like, a thing they needed. It was more of a thing greedy hobbits wanted. So, yeah. I'm interested. I think that's probably going to be quite on point, but I'm curious to hear the ins and outs of it. Because Tolkien, oh, boy. It is hard to remember everything that he wrote. I'm a big fan of his work, and it is hard to remember everything that he wrote. He was a very, very, detailed, oriented writer. Anyway, I'll be right back, guys. Be patient. I got 2 more segments I want to do after this. Oh boy. All right. I guess we chill for a couple minutes and I'll head up and grab the food and I'll eat and we'll watch this video and then we'll move on to our next segments. Trashomancer, thank you so much for the 100 biddies. Says, I can't hang out because my work Wi-Fi stops me from listening to streamers, but I just want to say thank you for what you do. Aw, thank you, Trashomancer. Hopefully you have a good time at work. I'm sorry you don't have infinite data that you could use to listen instead. So you could turn off the Wi-Fi and just use data to listen. Maybe you're on a work device. I get it. I get it. Anyway. All right. What do I think we should cover after this? Oh, you know who I should... Oh, yeah. I have decided. All right, I know what we're gonna cover. We're gonna cover I got a really good one. I got a real good one for after the food break. Oh yeah, I got a good one. I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna run up and grab the food. We're gonna eat. We're gonna watch this video, and you guys, oh, you're in for a good segment. You're gonna like this one. I know it. Be sure to leave a like, subscribe, donate, all that good stuff if you haven't already. Ooh, really fast. I almost forgot. Sad Falcon, thank you for the $5 donation as well. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you. Said, hi, Zan. I hope you're doing well. Would it be possible for you to share a petition with chat? The petition is to government officials to investigate someone I knew IRL who committed crimes such as child grooming and doxing those who spoke out against him. I don't know if I can do that necessarily, Sad Falcon, because, like, I don't know the full story, and that's a little bit, like, it's not the best timing for me to learn it. But what I will say is, feel free to post it in my chats. I don't have any blocks for posting links or anything in the chat by any means, so feel free to share it. I recommend people go and check that out if they are curious. But I mean, me posting in the chat wouldn't really change much. You can post it yourself. Yeah. I mean, people oftentimes ask me to share a link, and it's just like, you can post it. You're allowed. I let people post links. Posting links is a big part of being in the chat, you know? Like, I like being able to click on your links and see what you're sending me. I never click them while showing my screen, obviously. Yeah, everyone should know, if it hadn't been for Cotton Eye Joe, I'd have been married a long time ago. Exactly, Bazooka Horse, exactly. Okay, I'll be right back. Alrighty. Alrighty. Perry Icefire, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Says, genuine question, is it bad to be or want to be transracial? It's when someone identifies as a different race than their biological one. I'm just wondering. I don't think it's bad or immoral. I think it's definitely a misguided way to view race. It is a social construct, but I also think the the heavy suggestion that, like, I worry that people will start to think that that is all people view it as, when a lot of people do not recognize it as simply a social construct. And so even among progressive people, that is not a necessarily widespread belief. And if somebody is identifying as transracial, it genuinely feels, especially to a lot of POC, like if you're like a white person who is trying to be transracial, especially on how you represent that, it practically feels like blackface or brownface or whatever it may be, right? It almost feels like minstrelsy. And so, yeah, I don't know if it's immoral. I feel like if it's a genuine and sincere desire, I feel like it's more of like a cultural connection you feel rather than like a genuine desire to change your race. Yeah, I don't know. Complicated question. Thank you for the $5, Oxpecker. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Said, TikTok link, I didn't expect this one to be as funny as people found it. What?
Noticing from a lot of people, myself included, letting our...
Okay, we'll watch this after I eat and watch the Hobbit video. Thank you, Oxpecker. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. Sorry, it's a 2-minute video, and I want to eat right now before my food gets cold. Okay. All right.
How did the Hobbit economy actually work? Was it all just agriculture? Was there much of an economic system at all, or was the Shire just some idealised rural community where everyone helped everyone else?
In a way,
Hi
it was
everyone,
like that,
this is
but it
Robert.
had a mix of
Welcome
everything.
to In Deep Geek. If you'd like to see more videos about great fantasy stories like The Lord of the Rings, A Song of Ice and Fire, and The Witcher, please click on the subscribe button in the bottom right of your screen, and click on the bell icon. Critics of J.R.R. Tolkien sometimes point the finger at his lack of developed government or economic systems in Middle-earth. I've always found this quite unfair, not just because he goes into such granular detail in other areas of world-building, language invention for example, but because the evidence for how Middle-earth operated at an economic and political level is there in his writings if you dig deep enough. I've already covered Aragorn's tax policy and the dwarven economy, so let's take a look at the Hobbits. And thankfully on this we have quite a lot of information. The prologue to The Lord of the Rings contains a mini-essay on the workings of the Shire, as well as others on hobbits more generally and even on pipeweed. As you would expect,
I love it. There's
the Hobbit
stoners.
economy
It's tobacco,
is mostly
but
rural
my
and
headcanon is it's weed.
Tolkien talked extensively about how it was inspired by his own childhood in the then very rural area around Sarehole Mill in England. There are farms and fields and orchards, and at the heart of Hobbiton itself was the watermill. As Tolkien pithily put it, growing food and eating it occupied most of their time. And the variety of foodstuffs available in and presumably produced in the Shire is immense. Apples and honey and corn and blackberries and mince pies and pork pies and tarts and...
Chat. What if I told you this was real? What I mean by that is you can go to the location that they built that is a physical, full recreation of the Shire. That's where they filmed the movies. And there, you can go to the evening banquet tour. Look at this. And you can sit with your friends and as well as the other tour group which kind of sucks, but, you know. And eat a fucking hobbit feast. I will do this, chat. I will do this one day. Nothing will stop me. Once I've done this, I'll be able to die happy, but not until I have. This is everything I have ever wanted, is to exist in this setting, and to be in this environment. Kirby Inhale, real, literally me.
Jams and wine and beer and mushrooms and potatoes, of course. The description of the contents of Bilbo's larder alone is mouth-watering. We shouldn't...
I ate so much food while reading Tolkien. The way he describes food with his writing makes me so goddamn hungry.
Be surprised by this. Hobbits love food, after all, so of course there will be lots of different foodstuffs produced, but it also implies that there must have been some sort of economic infrastructure about all this. Some food, like blackberries say, can be foraged, but the existence of pork pies implies pig farmers, an abattoir of some kind, a butcher, a baker, and so on. Similarly, the existence of bottles of wine implies not just vineyards, but wine presses, glass blowers and bottle makers, cork manufacturers, and so on.
It's implied a lot of stuff from Bree makes its way to the Shire through trade.
The more you think about it, the more it's obvious that the Shire clearly had quite a complex system of food production and distribution, but with everything done in a very simple way. Tolkien goes on to say that hobbits love peace and quiet and good-tilled earth. A well-ordered and well-farmed countryside was their favourite haunt. They do not and did not understand or like machines more complicated than a forge bellows, a watermill, or a hand loom, though they were skillful with tools. So the Shire was definitely pre-industrial revolution, until Sharkey & Co. took over, of course, but there were trades practised. Not everyone was involved in agriculture and farming. We hear of workshops and small trades passed down from generation to generation. Clothes and buttons and tables and chairs and so on. The Shire was quite industrious in its own slow and gentle way. But none of this was done at scale, just skills passed down from generation to generation. Tradesmen. At which point we should probably point out the very clear ingrained class structure in the Shire. Sam had a job, we all know, gardener, but Bilbo and Frodo, and Merry and Pippin as well for that matter, didn't. They were part of the aristocracy. Sam was Frodo's friend, but he was also very clearly his servant. The interesting thing, though, economically speaking, is that the upper classes didn't seem to rely very much on an income of any kind. Bilbo had money from his adventure, of course, and his father seems to have married into money, but he survived perfectly well before he got some of Smaug.
Well, Bilbo and his family command no authority. It's not so much that, like, Sam is Frodo's servant, almost in, like, a royal or serf-like way. It's more so that, like, Frodo is a wealthy person through Bilbo adopting him, and Bilbo already having that wealth and his family already having been rich, that you just hire a gardener. Sam was compensated for his work. He is constantly referred to as just Frodo's gardener, and a gardener. Like, his profession was gardening, being into plants, and his job, his day job, was being Bilbo/Frodo's gardener. Like, he wasn't, like, contractually obliged to continue gardening for Frodo. They were friends, and Sam worked for him. It's like being friends with your landscaper. Your landscaper's not your servant, they're a contractor.
Gold, and Frodo seemed to survive very happily without any particular sort.
I like this video, but unfortunately I finished my food and we gotta continue on. Here, let's check out this video that I got donated by Oxpecker, I believe. Oh, it's by Oxpecker, the video. This is a TikTok from Oxpecker in chat.
From a lot of people, myself included, letting our insecurities get the best of us over comments from people that are like not just kind of ignorant or misunderstanding us a little bit or out of the loop or just looking at it from a different perspective, like talking verifiably stupid. I need to flash back a little bit to explain the caliber that we're letting drag us down here.
I do think it's important when you're like a person existing online, just know when to block and move on. Block, report, or report, block, and move on. I feel like lefties love picking fights with people or like engaging with people who are just trolling for attention. You know? Like the reason why those people get so pissy when you block them is because once you've blocked them, especially if you never engage with them after they like hate comment on you, is because they've lost any ability to shit talk you and try to like get into your head. You just didn't even engage with them. They didn't get any attention. They didn't get any response or reaction. And now they're mad. That's why they try to shame blocking and keep people from doing it via, like, social shaming. Don't fall for it. Like, just block the dumb fucks.
In sophomore year, we were reading Martin Luther King's letter from such and such
Birmingham jail, yeah.
prison. I'm not Googling that right now. I'm driving. Don't pay attention to the fact that I parked the car. As we were getting into this letter, as we were getting exposition from our English teacher, he asked the classroom, what is it that Martin Luther King did that made him so well known throughout history? Why is Martin Luther King so famous? What did he do? What did Martin Luther King do? This girl raised her hand. I shit you not.
I'm assuming the answer for a teacher is probably going to be public speaking. Talked and wrote and spoke very well, orated well, I'm guessing, is what a teacher probably wants to hear.
She said, freed the slaves.
Oh, my
We're
Lord.
in the 10th grade, not the 8th grade that I did twice, where we went over to Civil War. 10th grade. I don't know how the fuck she passed the 8th grade. Why is Martin Luther King famous?
What?
Say anything besides freed the slaves and you're smarter than this lady in my fucking 10th grade class. How do you go from like black people all over the plantations, like they have no rights, property of rich people, and then one of them figures out how to wear a suit?
Feeling secure, you know, the guy whipping him before is now sitting there like, man, this guy's vocabulary.
I do love the idea, like Martin Luther King was around back then, and he was he puts on a suit and does a speech on technology that didn't exist back then, like a microphone, and it is a pretty silly thought.
Fucking people that are that stupid though, to think that some dude was just like, I have a dream that we're not slaves, and everybody was just...
I do recommend though that you flip the video so that like you're right side up. That is one thing I'll recommend, because I do feel like I gotta crank my neck here a little bit.
Just like, fuck it, like let him go. Nobody was like, who taught him how to read? Who gave him a microphone? But
Actually, this was he didn't go from being a whip to doing that. He went from being segregated to...
Yeah, the whole Civil War thing happened. Like, I don't know how this girl passed 8th grade. I did that twice. I know for a fact
I did that twice. I should know.
I know that slavery ended before the television.
And was talking...
Could you imagine if it didn't, though? Like, could you imagine if we actually had video of like, slavery in America? Like, I feel like it would be... if the internet existed back then, do you think we'd still have racism today? If it was like... Because the internet never forgets. I don't know. Good TikTok. All right. All right, everyone. Last segment of the day. Last segmentarino of the day. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, guys, every single chud right-wing media grift YouTuber that is even somewhat adjacent to gaming is pretty much huffing the copium and having a big victory lap, quote-unquote, firing at all cylinders to claim they were right all along, Gamergate 2 has begun. If you guys haven't been following it, there's been this new buzzword called ESG that has been getting thrown around a lot by gaming right-wing grifter channels lately. Now, ESG refers to ESG score, which is basically a rating that certain companies can have in regards to their environmental impact and whatnot. It's basically just a rating for the impact that a company's actions may have on society. In some ways, it also has to do with like how safe of a stock it is to invest in, how safe the company is brand-wise, a variety of things like this. It can lead to investments from the government. It can lead to like a higher chance of bailouts. It can lead to like higher investor money. And they basically lost their shit because BlackRock and Vanguard are themselves very much tied in with this, as they are with every other fucking company on the face of the earth, right? They pretty much found out that capitalism exists, and that once you go up the chain of the corporate ladder far enough, you start to realize, holy crap, this chain is as thin as an atom. Because you start to realize a very small amount of people, even when it comes to all the industry in America, have pretty much consolidated all of the ownership and power. A very small amount of people. And they found that out. And instead of kind of connecting the neurons and figuring out that this is a core fundamental flaw of capitalism and the corporatization of games, and this like committee designed, like really trying to appeal to sort of the trend of progressivism among youth, kind of cringe, like, you know, pseudo pop feminist stuff that gets put into media, and like the more egregious examples of an obvious grab for virtue signaling that might happen when it comes to certain castings. Like, there's a very big difference, mind you, between like this character is like, this is a diverse cast of characters, and like, I get the vibe that this character and scene were put in the movie for the sake of making the movie come off as progressive. Listen, guys, as lefties, do you guys ever admit that that's the case? Like, do you ever get that vibe? Like, you're progressive and all. It doesn't necessarily bother you. Like, you're not freaking out about it. But, like, you can just kind of tell a very out-of-touch group of executives said, we need to have a scene that is woke. And then they do it. And it's, like, very out of touch and kind of cringe. And you feel... Yeah, it feels like you're trying to be catered to, which almost feels a little condescending. I get that. Don't get me wrong. The committee designed, like, over-the-top, like, very clearly virtue signaling for progressive points, stuff in a lot of media definitely sucks. The problem is, while there is a valid cringe reaction that a lot of gamers have to that in some media, The Boys is not an example of this. While there is a pretty substantial valid reaction to that, that is sort of weaponized to an extent where we just end up having, like, it's like Gamergate, right? Gamergate initially started with some really bullshit conspiracy about, like, game developers fucking game devs in order to get their games out. It was like, it had to do with Zoe Quinn, and from there it blew up from, like, a relationship drama into, like, the incel fest, right? But then the incel fest started to change up their messaging, and the next thing you know, their messaging is more about ethics and gaming journalism and, you know, trying to protect the spirit of gaming. And that brought in a lot of people. That appealed to a lot of people. But eventually that entire movement degraded into a group of people who let the mask slip, went full Nazi, and then just evaporated off of YouTube. And sort of this residual group of grifters that have maintained this sort of, like, right-wing anti-woke grift for years. Now, finally, they feel they've got something tangible they can grab onto, this Sweet Baby Company, which is a consulting firm for keeping games and other types of media, mostly games, I think, from having any types of messaging in them that could be offensive to some audiences. They're basically like sensitivity screeners, essentially, which is, of course, the kind of thing that these people freak the fuck out about, but that's capitalism, baby. Like, tons of companies pay another company to screen their media. like a PR firm type deal to see if like their company is going to face some negative repercussions for releasing that type of media. And it also has access to the opinions and thoughts of a wide variety of diverse peoples that can also give their input on certain things. So let's say, for example, you want to have a reference to what it is like to live as a trans person or something. It's like just a line in a game. If you wanted to be respectful, you could, you know, hit up that company and ask, like, you know, could I get like a basic breakdown of like this aspect of the trans experience for a certain line that, you know, and not have it be out of touch and disconnected and written by someone who doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. Kind of, that's sort of the purpose of this Sweet Baby company, but because it is woke and because they have a hand in the association with like every game ever that's released in the last like 10 years or whatever, or since like 2018, they have basically gotten a scapegoat to point at and say, this is the fault of all the evil wokeness. A good example of a game they're pointing to is like the pinnacle of the Sweet Baby whatever, is the Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League game, which from what I hear is like an awful live service game, but they also hate it because it's woke. So it's got that sort of two-pronged, like it actually performed really badly because it's a bad game, and it also has elements the right called woke, so they're able to sort of claim a victory on its failures. Interesting, but nonetheless. Sweet Baby is also associated with the creation of the new God of War games as well, and like a dozen other massive blockbuster games that like I can't even think of right now. It's a pretty long list. And so the idea that like association with this studio ruins games is a pretty bold one to make when so many amazing, very successful games were associated with that studio. But it doesn't matter if there's evidence against their beliefs. They'll just consider it an exception that doesn't matter. I think what's interesting is what they don't consider woke. Woke is a amorphous blob of a word. It means nothing. Anyway, a YouTuber I think you guys might find somewhat familiar made a video recently. As in recently, I mean a day ago. We haven't covered this guy in a long time. I'm really happy we're giving him a visit again. But I'm afraid you guys are going to have to suffer through the most annoying voice on YouTube. The video is called Sweet Baby Inc. Detected Applies the Mark of the Beast to Woke Games. This is how we defund ESG. By the Archcast. That's right, guys. This is Arch Warhammer's rebranded new channel. His old channel died, so he made a new one and brought over the surviving fan base he had there to the new channel to try to get like a fresh slate. He's nowhere near as big as he used to be, but he's still chugging along. Now he's just a full-on right-wing chud channel. He doesn't even do Warhammer content.
Mark of Satan, also known more popularly at the moment as Gamergate 2.0. Which it kind of unironically is, isn't it? See, Gamergate, of course, was a mass populist uprising against what was at the time perceived to be one of the largest problems in gaming, the lack of ethics in video game journalism.
You know what I really love about that is ethics in video games journalism was itself a buzzword. It was meant to sound very reasonable and like a very solid like NPC response to people calling out sexism or bigotry in the like games industry or whatever. But the interesting thing is, or in Gamergate in particular, the interesting thing is when you ask them, what does that mean? What ethics in games journalism have been tread upon? Where are there not ethics in games journalism? What ethics are you trying to enforce? What is the problem with gaming journalism? And they'll argue a bunch of things, many of them valid, because there are a lot of problems with gaming journalism, but as you go through the list, you're going to go from things such as, well, so many of these journalists, like you can see in their gameplay, they can't even play the game. Like, they're literally non-functional when it comes to playing a game. How can you expect this person to be qualified to write reviews for a game? There have been countless examples of stuff like this. The Cuphead example is quite famous, for example, I guess. Man, I'm using that word a lot. So yeah, I do think there's a valid set of points in that ballpark. There always was, there always will be, but then that will quickly evolve into, and also the woke, you know? And whenever people are talking about how the woke is bad, whether they realize it or not, they are just playing as like mouth service for right-wing demagogues.
Now, many years later, we can look back at that and marvel at our incredible naivete. Oh yes, lack of ethic amongst video games journalists, that's the problem. Whereas today...
They're trying really hard to make this be Gamergate 2. Like, they so badly want this to be another Gamergate. And it's not because they want to win a culture war, it's because these YouTubers want their channels to be relevant again. The, like, genre of content they're making has been a dying genre, slowly bleeding viewers and subs and relevance over time. And, like, this type of content just does not have longevity unless a massive cultural shift online happens again, from left to right. Unless we have a literal Gamergate 2, as they want to make happen, these types of channels will never truly blow up like they used to ever again. And so they're essentially just desperate to manufacture a scandal that will become clickbaitable content for their channels that they can monetize heavily.
You'd be hard-pressed to find a gamer that considers video game journalists to be people, much less so merely ethically challenged. The problems turned out to be far more wide-reaching than that. But with Sweet Baby Inc. Detected having absolutely exploded from like a few thousand followers to 130,000 in a couple of weeks, this is absolutely another groundswell uprising.
So basically there is a Steam group called Sweet Baby Inc. Detected where they make a list of games that have any association, which is going to be like most games that release, especially like big AAA titles, and like give them quote unquote the mark of the beast so people know not to buy it because the games are going to be woke. Now they're going to try to argue it's not the inclusivity that's the problem. That's not the issue. The issue isn't the fact that they're putting like inclusiveness. It's the fact that it's dishonest and it's corporate. That's what we're against. But then we're going to see these very same people evolve their rhetoric very quickly, maybe even the same videos, into explaining how the representation is actually corruptive of the media. He's not even British, he's Nordic. Yes, like I said, his accent is completely fake. He fakes and LARPs like a fake British accent for his Warhammer videos, and he carried it forward for this channel. It's very much like what Sargon did. Like, Sargon's accent is nothing like how he used to talk in his old videos. He would do sort of a fake, posh British accent. Like, posh it up as much as possible to sound smarter.
Against an identifiable threat to gaming, and I'm not going to get too much into Sweet Baby Inc. itself, because this is kind of the flavor of the month topic, right? A lot of people are weighing in on it, and a lot of...
I sped up the video so you can't hear it as much, but this guy is rolling his R's like crazy. He, like, hits these... Racism is how he talks. Like, I sped it up so you don't have to endure that, like, cadence as much, but if I played it at normal speed, you would be exposed to how truly unstandable... I don't know what word to use here. Unwithstandable his accent and voice is, because you know it's fake, which makes it all that much worse.
People are weighing in on it without necessarily knowing what they're talking about, in large part due to the fact that there's become an enormous amount of popularity around it, and thus also disinformation.
They are really trying to manufacture a scandal out of this. There's not an enormous amount of popularity around this. It's gaming chud channels talking about this. What I will say is that I don't know if this has the ability to blow up in the same way as the original Gamergate did. The original Gamergate was something very primally resonant with a lot of these gamer dudes. The idea that women are using their sexuality to get ahead in the gaming industry, which is a space that has been seen by a lot of these like sexless men as like a sort of refuge from even the thoughts of how lonely and sexless they are. And it's the idea that these women are entering the gaming industry and they're making shitty games, and then they're using their sex appeal to try to get ahead. That idea, true or not, I mean, a lot of guys just want to accept it as true. Like, you have to understand that, like, a lot of guys are just emotional, and, like, these types of dudes just don't really have the best opinions about women in the first place. So if someone tells them women are using their sex appeal to get ahead in the gaming industry dishonestly, there's no ethics in gaming journalism, people are just going to choose to believe it if it like makes them emotionally feel good to believe it. It's a lot of the case when it comes to these people and the success of their content. And so what I think is important to point out is that there's no there's not something quite so primally relatable at the core of this. Having to learn about like ESG score and like ETF stocks or EFT index funds or whatever, and like the way that ETF score works and like investments and shit, and like it doesn't really, it's not that scathing. It's really boring fundamentally. It's a nothing burger to begin with, and they have to manufacture a spicy sounding headline to make it a big deal. The only way you can really see this as a big problem is if you're already just like against representation and quote unquote wokeness. And the whole point of Gamergate was that it took people who weren't against representation and wokeness and made them so. This feels like the appeal is for people who already felt this way to like get together, hug box, and say, we were right all along. But that doesn't win people over. That doesn't convince people. It just kind of reinforces your already held beliefs, but that doesn't really change anything. You already believed those things. You were never going to change your... Like, this guy was never going to change his opinions. His paycheck was reliant on it.
With, well, things like this. Posts by people claiming to be Sweet Baby Inc. employees, turning out to be, well, straight up false and fake accounts. And the moderators we are Sweet Baby Inc.
Yes, people are trolling. It's the internet. Wait, is it? Wait, okay, so people pretending to be part of Sweet Baby Inc. is somehow a poor reflection on Sweet Baby Inc. Okay. All right.
Detected, starting to close down troll threads because it's getting genuinely difficult to discern what is and isn't actual information here. This is an unavoidable consequence of any large-scale phenomenon like this in the modern-day entertainment and media ecosystem. You're going to have about 10,000 people weighing in on it, and most of them are going to be saying more or less the same thing.
Have you guys noticed that the right needs to switch up to like a new 3-letter acronym every 6 months to a year? CRT, ESG, DEI, SJW. Like, it's always a 3-letter acronym that stands for a thing that's, like, very vague and like, obscure until they blow it up and say it's, like, this rising thing among the left or a really popular thing among the left and we gotta stop it. And it's like they just have to create a new acronym that can become a buzzword. And it always has to be an acronym. It can't be like a long, real word. It's got to be an acronym they can say quickly, snappily, because propaganda has to be quick and snappy. Quick, snappy lies are hard to debunk with long, drawn-out, boring explanations for why they're lies. It's why these people kind of have the upper hand by default in some cases. It's very easy to just throw out like a million videos spewing bullshit. It's far harder to put out even a fraction of the same amount of videos debunking that bullshit. There is a higher level of scrutiny and onus on you to put in more work to your content and your response than somebody like this whose entire job is to literally just... Have you seen this guy cite anything? Have you seen this guy have to, like, read about anything or research anything? He's just kind of talking about shit he heard about in YouTube videos and, like, just kind of talking out of his ass. That is 99% of the content of these people. There's no effort or preparation or quality control that's going into this content. It's all just slop. It's hollow, mental calorieless slop for people who already agree with it.
Which is why I want to focus more on the larger aspects of this, because I see the value of this not as necessarily a single consumer uprise movement against one company, because this company isn't the...
Today I learned PKA had Good Bad Flicks on their podcast and shit on him, lol. Yeah, I saw that, dude. It was one of the weirdest episodes of PKA I've ever seen. The Good Bad Flicks, he mentioned playing through Honey Pop, which I've streamed at one point. It's a funny fucking game. He mentioned playing through Honey Pop, and I guess he described the game in kind of a weird way, I guess. But then the host started calling him a pedophile and banned him for having, like, kicked him or whatever for having played Honey Pop. And then the Reddit, the PKA subreddit, like, proceeded to call him a pedophile for, like, months because he played the Honey Pop game. It's like, do they know that, like, Markiplier and, like, Jacksepticeye, I think PewDiePie, and, like, every big YouTube Let's Player back in the day ever played that game? Because it's, like, hilarious to do so. That's the joke. Like, it was really weird. A girl I know likes to play Honey Pop. It blew my mind. Like, what the fuck, Lamau? Something you have to realize is the hosts of PKA are severe retards. You cannot watch them. Do not watch them for their, like, moral values. They are actually bad people. Like, I'm not joking when I say that. Like, the hosts of PKA are bad people. And I would say that to their faces right now. I like listening to their show because it's funny, but they are straight up bad people. And I can elaborate more in a, like, not when I'm doing a segment, but they are legitimately bad people. Woody might be the least bad, but they are all quite bad.
Some of all bad parts of
Actually,
video game.
Taylor, I think, might be the best of them, and he's the most conservative, so I'm not even talking about politics.
It isn't even an iota of it in reality, because we've known about companies like Sweet Baby Inc. for quite some time. In fact, this was revealed back during the days of Gamergate again. There is an entire enormous ecosystem of corporations, companies, advisory groups, charitable organizations, yada yada, that have grown up surrounding the DEI movement within video gaming, within movies, within entertainment, without literally anything. A lot of these are identitarian groups that are grown up to benefit one particular identity.
What's interesting to me is that, like, when something that they are in favor of succeeds or exists successfully, to them, that's their side winning. That's like the right side winning or whatever, right? But if something like this exists, to them it is a poison, a disease, a problem that has to be destroyed. Not like they literally said for years, if like you want to have woke lefty SJW games, make your woke lefty SJW games. Let's say everything that they believe about this conspiracy is true and that these companies are making the games more woke. Why aren't they allowed to do that? Why is that a bad thing? Why is this like a scandal? Is that not allowed? I thought the whole idea was these companies should be allowed to make their games how they want to. The fact is, the only consistency will always be, it is bad when there are minority representation in video games. The claim back then was lefties stop freaking out about games as they are, let them be as they are, stop asking for representation, and now there's too much representation. They're making the games woke. They need to go back to how they used to be. The only consistency is they just don't want there to be minorities in the games. They only want to see themselves represented. Now, obviously, I don't think Archcast, I'm going to be real, genuinely feels as strongly about these issues. I don't think most of these YouTubers feel as strongly about this issue or any of these issues as they claim to. Particularly this. This is without a doubt the most, like, clearly manufactured scandal these people have ever attempted to make. They've all become so desperate for relevance that they are now trying to make a Gamergate 2 happen based off of the biggest nothing burger you've ever seen. And it's not because they want to win the culture war, once again, it's because they are desperate to make their genre of grifting slop content relevant again, as it's been slowly dying ever since Gamergate ended. And they badly, badly need a rescue breath, and they're trying to make it happen. Let's see. Maybe Gamergate 2 goes down, maybe it doesn't. I don't feel like it's going... I don't think this causes Gamergate 2. But we'll see, especially when you've got the Starfield pronouns thumb guy acting as one of, like, the main figureheads of this Gamergate 2 movement. I don't know, man. They don't really have the best optics just coming out the gate. Alrighty. I know that segment was a little bit shorter, but I feel like it was pretty good. Oh yeah, Mr. Boone. Do you want to know the funny thing? Good Bad Flicks? There's a lot of clips from old PK, or not Good Bad, Mr. Boone, sorry. Do you want to know the funny thing about the Good Bad Flicks thing, where, like, the PK hosts, like, called him a pedophile and a weirdo because he played an anime, like, hentai game? I guess technically there's... Yeah, the Momo thing is super weird. If that's... I don't know how they would know about that. I think they were just calling him that because it was an anime game. But yeah, that's why we just didn't even engage with that character, because I was like, nope, we're not doing that, chat. You guys should, by the way, check out the clip show of my Honey Pop playthrough. I believe it's Lil BBG on YouTube put together like a compilation of the funniest moments from that playthrough, and it's very, very funny. I think there's like 5 parts or something like that, like 5 different videos compiling me playing through both games. Really goddamn funny. Some of my most fun to do and funniest streams I've ever done. Yeah, literally top tier. But here's the funny thing I was going to tell you, Mr. Boone. The PKA hosts have a lot of clips of them online from many years ago that they desperately would not like to have resurface. They said and did some shit back in the day that they would not stand by today. They act like, oh, we're these edgy guys who keep the old school internet alive. Nah, they've reeled some things in. They've reeled some things in. So, an old PKA Clips channel recommended this to me the other day. Not the other day, but like a couple weeks ago. And I saw it. I already had pretty negative opinions on the hosts of PKA. This fully cemented them as, like, being bad people in my mind. Like, it's almost a guilty, like, thing to watch their content because I genuinely think they're such bad people after this. I guess Taylor is the most innocent of the 3. But there is a clip from way back in the day. I believe this is 2012, so we're talking old PKA. There was a horrific story in which I don't remember what the age was, but it was like middle school, pretty young. A girl had revenge porn spread around her school. She was absolutely underage, obviously, literally middle school. It was like a big story back in 2012, I guess. I was literally 12 back then, so I didn't know about it, but this was a thing. And they talked about it on PKA back then, like 12 years ago. And for some ungodly fucking reason, I don't know what possessed them. I don't know if it was like supposed to be an edgy gamer moment or what. But Woody's gamer tag, looks up the video, finds the uncensored video or image or whatever it is. We obviously don't see it. This is like a YouTube video clip of what happened, and obviously it didn't even show their screens, but like we're seeing their faces and hearing their voices. And we hear this go down. Woody finds the uncensored CSAM revenge porn clip, sends it to FPS Russia, and to be fair, FPS Russia almost jokingly says, yeah, send it, yeah, send it. And then Woody does, and then FPS Russia responds by yelling, Woody just sent me child porn, Woody just sent me child porn, over and over again, as if it's like a funny joke. I don't believe they were being ironic. I believe that was 100% real what they did, and there's a reason why that clip is so obscure and hard to, like, find, and why this, like, random, obscure PKA clip channel is what had, like, posted it, and it came up my recommended. That is from, like, 12 fucking years ago. The hosts of PKA are not good people. They're just not good people. Taylor wasn't around back then. He might be a good person. But Woody and Kyle, just objectively not good people. Say what you want, but out of the 3 people that founded PKA, Wings of Redemption is objectively the best person. I don't know the name of the person, Bina Becker, I'm sorry. So, like, think about that, and then think about the fact that they literally blew up on Good Bad Flicks calling him a pedo because he played, like, a comedy anime hentai game that's been not live streamed, let's played on YouTube by, like, PewDiePie, Markiplier, and Jacksepticeye, and, like, every other big gaming YouTuber back in the day. They're just not good people, they're massive hypocrites, and I hope that story makes you feel a little better for Good Bad Flicks. If you ever get the chance to, like, say in his chat what happened there, or send him that clip of them doing that, I feel like that would be very exonerating for him after what they said and did to him. Because I remember what they did to him and feeling, like, really put off by that. And then that clip just kind of makes it all come full circle. They're just pieces of shit. What the fuck? What? I know, right? I'm having a conversation with someone in YouTube chat right now for website chatters that don't know what's going on. But, yeah. There's a website chatter that watches a podcast that I'm aware of. It's like a popular normie podcast. And they sometimes get pretty right-wing. And, they're kind of pieces of shit. Like, they're not, like, Nazi YouTubers or anything, but yeah. Thanks, Zan. Needed to hear that. Seeing them say that to him fucked up your night. Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Boone. Well, I'm glad I was able to tell you that story. Highly recommend you send that clip to Good Bad Flicks if you can, by the way, because if Good Bad Flicks could make like a video response to them showing that clip, that would be fucking awesome. Yeah, to be fair, these events are like 10 years apart from each other, Night Mothism, and like nobody remembers the clip that I just mentioned besides like a select few. There's a reason why the most OG PKA fans fucking hate the hosts, like genuinely, like the subreddit is almost like a hate subreddit for them. And I was always like, why do they hate the host so much? And then like the longer I'm aware of the podcast and see more of the particularly old clips, I'm like, ah, I see why the new PKA fans like the hosts, and the old fans, quote unquote, that have stuck around, nonstop shit talk them. The old fans are aware of the fact that these guys are pieces of shit, and the only likable one is Taylor, even though he is like hyper conservative. He's unironically the best person fundamentally out of the three of them. And he's very conservative, but still a better person than Kyle and Woody. Like, I legitimately get like such weird vibes from Woody, especially. He plays it off like a joke, but he says some weird shit when it comes to like the topic of pedophilia that throws me off, bro. It sends shivers up my spine. It gives me that ick. Maybe I'm a hate watcher in denial. Maybe my watching a PKA is like pretty much hate watching, and I just don't want to admit to myself that I hate watch things. I think I might just be a PKA hate watcher. No hate watching. No fucking hate watching. Larry Banks 78, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Very base. Said Asmongold recently interviewed the Sweet Baby Inc. Detected creator, the person who runs the thing, who made the group when he saw how woke Ragnarok was and investigated it and found out who SBI is. Sweet Baby Inc. is. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Asmongold is very much like playing to his audience. Audience capture is a hell of a drug. It truly, truly is. Slashy, thank you for the $5. Very appreciated. Very kind of you. Said, may I show a character from an upcoming indie game that 4chan was convinced was some kind of forced trans representation because no women can naturally have that body type? Will show chat. I mean, sure, yeah, you can show it off. You can post it in chat. Thank you so much for the $5, Slashy. I really appreciate it. Allow me to update the dono goal really quick, and I believe it's time to start wrapping things up. Normally I would do a cooldown, but I honestly have like a pretty... Can you look at it? Oh, this is a cool character design. Muscular, neat. It's pretty creative, I like it. Pretty solid. Anyway, guys, I think I don't think I'm gonna do like a cooldown stream or a cooldown segment for the stream today because my back hurts from sitting in the chair like this. But I do really appreciate you all coming out today and all of your amazingly, oh, I apologize. Oh, amazingly generous support. I really do appreciate it. You guys have been dropping so much support on the channel lately and on the streams. I really do want you guys to know that it means a lot to me. And obviously I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow. It's my day off. I streamed today and yesterday, but I will be streaming the day after tomorrow and the day after that, which will be the call-in stream. We'll be doing call-ins on Friday, so make sure you're part of the Discord if you're not already. If you haven't already liked and subscribed and ring the bell icon, please consider doing so. It really does help a lot. But yeah, with all that said, I can't wait to see you guys the day after tomorrow. I can't wait to enjoy my day off tomorrow, frankly. Oh, I'm so excited. Oh, day off, yes! It's my night off, too. It's like the night, it's like a Friday night, almost, when you have like a traditional job and you have weekends off. Anyway, thank you all so much for watching. I love you all very much. I'll see you the day after tomorrow. I hope to see you there on my next stream. And as always, have a good one.